Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, everybody. I was trying to get the chat to go slow before. Hold on. Sabotage, self sabotage. How about that? Hopefully, I'm not echoing anymore. Try it. I'm scared to talk, but I have to wait a little bit for it to. What's the hell? I don't have any windows open. This is weird. Oh man, I don't know. Hold on. I'm scared to talk. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna try it. I'm looking. I just jumped out and jumped back in. Anyways, welcome everybody. Hopefully, no echo. No echo. Am I good? I'm good. Lauren's not coming to get me. I'm just wondering. It's a relevant question. What? Right? So I didn't even get to rewatch it because I usually don't know what I say. I don't remember. And I was very overwhelmed the other day. Thank y'all for being here, first off. Anyways, I've never had that many people in my chat, so I did not know what to do. Uh, Hold on, I'm echoing again. I don't know what to do. Hold on. It's echoing on my end. It's crazy. There's Sorry. Don't give up on me. Mhm. Okay. I don't know what to Ah, there it is. Oh, no, no, no. Yep, that was it. All right. I think I did it. Allegedly. Allegedly, I might have done it. No, I've never used earbuds, and so I never have that problem. I've just had all kinds of other problems, obviously. Something with StreamYard. I don't it has to be because anyways, it's for another day. But I really just wanted to like come and let y'all know that I'm okay. It was just wild that that happened. Also, it confirms and validates me because it showed all you like exactly what the hell I'm dealing with, what have we been dealing with. This has been my experience on this, well, not this level, not public. Like, I don't know why anyone would want to do that publicly. She may want to go grab a PR person. Um, I don't know. I'm not here to fix her problems. She definitely made problems for me. I don't know. I don't know. That one there is very puzzling, but I really do. Hey, Allie, thank you. Tech support. Ugh, for tech support, trust me, I feel your tech pain. It sucks. Technologically challenged, big time. So it really does suck. Thank you for the super chat. And yeah, I got to get a better system of, because there were a lot of super chats the other night that I didn't even, I got to the end and I'm like, I don't know what to do. There were so many. And I mean, that sounds crazy to say that, like I'm I'm thankful. I'm always thankful, but just, I'll have to find a way to recognize you who did send a super chat. And thank y'all for being, there that day to support my mom and Awen too, and I'm proud of mom. She just uh I guess she had to unburden herself too. And I understand. Uh I've been having to like dig to remember because I buried that shit down because it was so I couldn't do anything with it. And so it's like, what do instead of just being buried with everybody else's shit, I don't know. So I just kind of put it out of sight, out of mind. And it's just something that people shouldn't have to deal with, especially dealing with murder trials and death. And it's just a lot, So shame on them. Shame on her. Shame on her. I don't know, Lauren. I'm just gonna tell you I'm disappointed in you, but it doesn't matter. So you think I have no brains, but it turns out I'm smarter than you because I didn't like do a public hit piece on myself. I'm just throwing that in there. Okay. Just throwing that in there. Who's smart? Who's smart? Right. Anyways, what am I talking about? How Lauren, I mean, there's screenshots, right? Or whatever of conversations that she said, shared it the other day. And she said that I was dumb, basically. But she tried sounding smart about, I don't know. She pushed her shit onto me is what she did. So I hope that answers your question. Let's see. I know it is trashy. That's a good word. That really is. You sound very grounded. Thank you. Trying. That's right. Your family should never right. No family should have to do this or go through that. And I mean, I was thinking about it some more just to try to share my experience, like to know what to look for. I don't know. I don't know many people that talk about this kind of stuff on this side of crime. So if so, I wish I'd find them a long time ago. Form a little support group or, just some, I don't know, just talking. But like, it's paralyzing because there's stuff going on. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I was just like, that just is so shady. What's going on? Something's not right. But I didn't know for sure. But, with Awen's, I guess, testimony, her side of the story, just hearing her say it, it just kind of helps me to remember things and how they went. I'm not very good at putting things into timelines. Ever since the murders for sure, but yeah, so it kind of helps me. And I remembered that so I had a friend named Jen that I met. She was from Utah. She was an ex-Mormon, and I really clicked with her. Like, I don't know what it was, but we just became fast friends, and she got me. I didn't even have to explain myself a lot. She was just like, okay, it's just very good communication. And I remember Jen telling me, and I mean, this is, it's personal, it's private. If it's not true, I mean, what was labeled of Jen, allegedly. But I remember her saying that there's a couple sources that said that let me word this right, okay? That the Matthiases or their brand, whatever, from that company, from that area, from those people, that direction, that they had labeled her allegedly, according to the sources, as a psychopath. And it really just, I mean, can you imagine? Like, who are you? Like, who are you? Why are you doing this? Why are you saying this? Why are you putting it online for people to screenshot it? Why are you doing these things? Like, it's bad business, especially when you're a doctor of philosophy or whatever. Thank you, Becca Scoops. I'm glad to see you here. It's weird to be on this end. Okay. I like your intro, by the way. It's got a good little jig. Thank you. She covers Gypsy Rose, right? This is where I get a lot of my Gypsy Rose information right here. Talk about a psyop. No, talk about manipulation, right? It is manipulation to the nth degree. And it really sucks whenever, like I believe in that case, whenever the legal system plays into the facade, and so it's hard to weed through it, but you're really good at that. Really. I'm not that good with the organization. So I appreciate people like you, but keep on peeling it back. If you ever want to come on, you're more than welcome to. We can talk about Gypsy Rose. I live in Lake Charles. No, I don't want to. I don't know Ryan, nor do I want to. I'm good. But it was strange because, or when my daughter told me, it's after Gypsy was released from prison. They came here to Lake Charles, and my daughter, she's like, "Hey, I was at the mall and I took a picture with Gypsy Rose, and I think I was live streaming, maybe, I don't know, one of the trial hearings. I don't know." And I remember telling my live chat that, I'm like, "Oh my God, don't take a selfie with her." Like that, go. They're not celebrities, y'all. They're not. Can we start walking back the public perception of fangirling and fanboying all these murderers, basically manipulators? They are dangerous and they manipulate. And then sometimes they end up on this side of the bar, on, our side of the bar. So doesn't make them any less dangerous. Just got to look and question everything. That's my opinion. That's my experience. But thank you again. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying allegedly. Allegedly, there was a diagnosis for Jen, but then that screenshot also, I don't think I have it pulled up, but I can grab it real quick. I say real quick, always. Yeah, I think that's it. Nope. Let's see. Where's it at? Come on. It'll be over here. But I mean, there was another part of that screenshot that I didn't even have. I should just pull up x.com is what I should do. Anyways, were y'all surprised when you saw that the video was gone? I didn't even get to, I know I had a lot of people. It's the most I've ever had. And I mean, it was overwhelming because I just kind of tend to freeze, PTSD. And I didn't even get to see how many views it got. I know it's missing a lot of views. I did appeal it, and I included, who I am, who my family is, who, just, but not oversharing or anything. But anyways, let's see. I'm looking up Sleuthy right now on x.com. Yeah, Lauren has really been okay with dividing an entire community. And I mean, that also tells me a lot. It tells me another thing all I need to know. Let's see. It's just shitty, like, and it was like, we talked over it, or, we were behind the scenes talking, and I just did it for the visuals. And it was of pictures I have, pictures, they're not from Lauren. Lauren didn't have pictures of JJ when he was a baby. So it's just a certain snippet of the video that she was claiming that they swiped it the whole thing for. I was like, what the hell? The only other time this has happened to me before was Vice News. And yeah, I didn't know I was pushing boundaries. I won't know yet. I mean, I haven't found out yet if I won the appeal. I don't think so. Yeah, I watched it on Queen Bee's actually. I did. So I appreciate her for doing that, for sharing it, and for asking me first. I mean, I really don't mind. Anybody's welcome, just not in an exploitative way. You know what I'm saying? But Lauren thinks she's above everything. She thinks that she owns everything. This has been my experience with her, where I go to share an interview. She's doing all the exclusive interviews, right? She's nailing all the interviews with all these shady, weird people in and around Chad and Lori Daybell. And I'm like, okay. I know one thing that just triggered was Sean Little Bear. I would have loved to have known that she was going to interview Sean Little Bear and be sharing it. So, brace yourself. Get ready for that. If you're a victim's advocate, if you claim to be a victim's advocate or looking out for victims, I'm not calling myself a victim, but I'm just saying it was that's hard to deal with, is the surprises on top of the surprises. That's, you just feel like you're getting hammered back to back, and yeah, you can't even make sense. You can't even, like, whoa, it's like the cartoon with the stars and you're just trying to get your equilibrium back, and it knocks you off your feet. It does, but it's doable. That's the only thing. It shows you how resilient you truly are, I believe. So yeah, I watched Megan this morning. It came on and I was like, oh God. And I mean, she's over there doing the same thing, going, oh God, what do they not see? And I'm just like, oh, I don't even know how to handle it. I don't know. I don't want people that I do care about Megan, I mean, she's been the most nice, she's reached out, she's checked on me randomly. She's thoughtful. Anyways, she acknowledges me, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I do care, and I just don't know how to go about it. It's kind of like the whole, how do you tell somebody, I'm not talking about Megan, but like I was saying the other day about, how do you tell somebody that they're in a cult? How do you tell somebody that they're an alcoholic or a narcissist, or you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you tell somebody that they need help? They usually are like, meh, they get defensive. How did Charles tell Lori that she was off the deep end? See what I mean? And so you see what happened there, and it's tricky. And I just want to I maybe introduce a few little things. I just don't know what exactly. I feel like I'm hoping, and I hate to say that, but I hope it's not knowingly. I don't think it is. I don't feel like it's knowingly helped, Lauren, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know these days. It's a lot. And I can only lend my opinion so much, the rest is on that person. And same for me, but, and I mean, it's got to be frustrating to be, I don't know. I'm an empath too. So I mean, I'm just like, oh, it's gotta suck. And I mean, I'm like, well, am I on the right side? Like, and not that there's sides, but also know that Lauren divided communities, where you have even people that support her, that support, or whatever the reason that they are there. Maybe they don't care, you know. But all the affiliations, like I've got people that still showed up in the chat the other night that were just being assholes. I ain't got time for that shit. I mean, this is all I've dealt with is assholes the whole time, for the most part, except for my community are wonderful people, thank God. But every now and then I would get somebody sideways, and I don't cancel them. Lauren is, I would say that's a lie when she says that she is, "Oh, I don't endorse cancel culture," and I'm like, as she deletes video of a family member, victim's family member, you know, I don't know. Y'all think she has a conscience? I'm kind of wondering these days. I didn't wage war on her. Unfortunately, I didn't know it was waged on me. I didn't know that she was talking shit behind my back and my parents, and just exploitative and voyeuristic. I was watching Every Day with Jay before I came here, and she sent her chat here, and so thank y'all for being here. The Cooter Deville, they showed up in the Cooter Deville. Did y'all park it? That's good, because I told Lauren she needs to get on her broom like a witch, and free up some parking spaces, right? But she was going over something that I wanted to go over anyways, and so when she did, I was like, "Oh yeah, good." All right, so I'm pulling that up. I'm allegedly pulling that up. And I don't think that's the right one. Anywho, um, I know I'm kind of jumping around. Let's see. Mm-hmm. All right, here. I was on the wrong one. Okay, let me scooch to the right timeline, and then I'll share my screen, because this is interesting, because I've been kind of going back over things, right? As you experience them, and then you're like, wait a minute. This person was there, this person was there. What was really going on, you know? Um, and I want to kind of give it commentary. Backing it up. So you're going to hear Every Day with Jay. You know, she chimes in on it. She's helping me with commentary today from her past self. Okay, here we go. Pretty soon here. And just, yeah, this kind of caught my, I didn't watch Lauren's stream. I guess it's safer for me to use other people's commentary on them instead of just using her videos directly to analyze. That way it'll give her like less ammo, right? That's what I've always learned. Don't give them any damn weapons. All right, I'll make it bigger in just a second. But this was, and I mean, so I'm just gonna kind of look at it because I want to go over it. Oh, that was somewhere else. Yeah, these were odd, I have to say. These were super odd. All right, let me push play.
Hey, Dr. John is also watching, and we will be going live later. Right now, we are awaiting a press conference that is going to take place. I'll show you guys what's going on. Here we are. There's Joe Schmo. Hello,
yeah.
Dr. Schmo. Mike Wackus, he's been on our...
Hold on.
So she caught it, and I was like, this is what I was going to go over. Or one of the things. Because would you like to know? Wouldn't it be interesting? Just saying this was, I don't know. No, I don't know the timelines. So, you know, and everybody in chat who does, please help us all. Okay. So this is July 25th, 2025. That's this year. We drove to Arizona, me, my fiance, and one of my youngest bonus son. And I was able to give a victim impact statement for my uncle, which was relieving. Okay, it did. It was a huge relief. But so whenever after the sentencing, after Tammy's Aunt Vicky was like, "Rot in prison, Lori," you know, that whole thing. And then we went off into this little room towards the back. Now Lauren was not allowed, or she wasn't in there because it's family. Okay, this must have been when she felt shunned. Who fucking knows? But anyway, so we were in there and we talked to Trina K and her Nicole. And anyway, so it was just like the Boudreaux family, Bello, um, and Tammy's Aunt Vicky was in there. Megan was in there with us too. And I recall, this was my memory. I remember Trina looking at Brandon and she was like, "You and me, we got to have a meeting." And I was like, "Oh, we were all like, oh my God." We all picked up what she was putting down. And I mean, I just assumed, I mean, here it is, October 2025. And I mean, I don't know if there is statute of limitations on that. I have no idea. Some people have said, yeah, that it would be October of this year. So I'm like, okay, is something about to happen? Like what's going on? I'm getting a little, I guess I'm maybe amping myself up. I tend to do that. But I mean, that's what I picked up. Like, you, me, we're gonna gotta have a meeting. And I figured, I assumed it was to talk about possibly indicting Melanie Boudreaux. Pulowski. I'm sorry, I need to drop the Boudreaux. They're good people. But and it's again Boudreaux's from Utah. That is so odd. It's like the Thibodeau lady that came out of Arizona. Like, how did the Boudreaux and the Thibodeaux, which is a running joke here in Louisiana, okay? The Boudreaux and Thibodeaux. That's like, it's kind of like a whatever and whatever walked into a bar. um, but I don't know. I hope so, y'all. Y'all send some good, positive, vibes, prayers, all the things, and let's just pray that it's God's will, or you know what I'm saying. Let's just hope that happens. I feel for those kids, and it's scary. Can you imagine co-parenting with Melanie Pulowski? I think that would be a whole nother level. Well, anyway, so after we left that little room, we started moseying towards out here. And Megan was wanting to, like, she was like, "You want to go out the stairwell, the side?" And I was like, "No." And I was looking for Jason too. he kind of, he wasn't in the juror box with us who were given victim impact statements. So we had our little boy, so he was kind of not even in the courtroom at the time. So he was kind of off to the back. And I was kind of looking for him. So I was like, "No, I need to go out the front." And so we're just kind of cutting up and talking, walking, and we go out the front, and there's this tent. And I mean, I knew about this tent. I have my moderator, Trace, and she she became very close with Joe, and even her daughter, and Lauren, and Grayson. I mean, I don't want to speak for her, she's not here to speak for herself, but I just kind of, that's just basically my understanding. Like I said, I kind of observe things, but I don't really know all the deets, is basically what I'm getting at. And so I knew that there was going to be a tent, and I just hadn't been here before, so I didn't know what to expect. So Joe was like, "Yeah, we set it up." So, I mean, it's hot. It's July in Arizona, and I didn't sweat though. So that was awesome, by the way. It's so humid here, but it's neither here nor there. So we came out, and you'll see it because Lauren is like zooming. Okay. I'm just saying, here's a little advice for people who are court watchers, court go, whatever. If you're a journalist or whatever, maybe we need to go over this again. But like, don't zoom in on people where you're under a press tent. I'm just saying, it just is a little, maybe I'm off here. I don't know. It's not my field, but I'm like, here is where people come to they specifically, it's designated for people to walk up to. And I mean, we're probably thinking family members, of the victims, and so on and so forth. So let them approach. Don't be having a camera. Don't be zooming in on them, and then, calling out roll call on who's who, and where you can name drop, and, further, bury yourself into my family. That's gross. And I'm glad you caught that today, Jay. But it's interesting because there was the whole fiasco with what happened what allegedly happened at CrimeCon with this microphone, this hot mic. Wait, what? Right. I'm trying to think. Hold on. Where was the other? Oh, it was here. This was the hot mic moment. Oh, ta-da! Here you go. This is what happened then. Was it intentionally a hot mic moment? Or am I missing something? I feel like I am. Look, I don't know Lauren's case. I know my family's case. So Lauren's new territory for me, but I just happened to be here this one day. And oh yeah, they're being a bit dramatic. That's why I scheduled it for today. Because I was like, oh, I'm good. I'm not rude. I'm not gonna sit here and schedule over you on purpose. And I mean, I was trying not to schedule over Alex Erickson and Jin Lu and them too. I'm trying to navigate a new kind of community, you know. But let's see. I remember Lauren making an announcement for the comments to stop about her surgically changed face. What? She said it was none of anyone's business. You made it folks' business, lady. So there's that. It's true. I mean, like, you cannot put your shit out there and then just be like, I'm off limit. You know, like, it's good for thee, but not for me. That's Lauren, in my opinion. Yeah, you cannot please everyone. No. I try. I mean, I try not to be like Lauren. I try not to steamroll people. You know, at first I was unaware of these kind of things like scheduling and things like that. But Jen taught me that. She was like, oh, you know, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see how that works. And actually, every day with Jay, she sent her chat, like, you can divert your chat whenever I end. I could, if I'm ever learned, don't, I'm not that fast today, but I can divert my chat to go to whomever else. Okay. So I don't know why people are arguing. Honestly, I think that's just kind of the climate. I do. I mean, I'm not arguing. I'm basically trying to share my feelings, my experience, my piece, report on myself, you know. Um Lauren, my experience with Lauren was not what a lot and I mean, I don't know because I'm not all of you, you know, I'm not an outsider looking in, and but then I kind of am too because it how do I say this? Like, Lauren infiltrated. I think that's a good word to use. She infiltrated my family, and I believe it's kind of apparent what she does when she's around is she divides people. And that could even be a mother and a daughter. And I mean, I say it's like it was by my choice though, because I was like, "Ooh, I don't know what to do." You know, it's a very paralyzing feeling because I don't want to blast her because it also would maybe hurt the case. I mean, so it's a very, and you're still trying to figure out what it even is while you're still dealing with all the real shit, real life too. On top of that, it's a lot of layers, and it's super sick to do this to somebody or a family who's going through this, or a friend, family, friends, anybody who's going through something as egregious, as hard and difficult and emotional and taxing as murder, especially high profile cases. Oh my God. I don't know the difference, but I can't imagine. Um, I didn't go to I didn't go to CrimeCon for any drama, and somehow I was thrust into it anyway. I've learned just to not touch that shite with a 10-foot pole, right? Yeah. I wonder, I mean, if you ever want to share your experience, you're more than welcome. It would help straighten some things out for sure. Because, yeah. But again, and then maybe we can corroborate each other's experiences. I don't know. So I'm going to share what this part right here. So there was a hot mic moment, and I don't have that pulled up though. But I'll let this play and I'll go grab it. Where on the 9-hour live stream that Lauren did, and she blessed us all with, right? Mm-hmm. She shared like a clip of a girl who I didn't quite get it when I saw it. I was like, what? Is there a crime here? You know, like, I'm looking for crimes, you know, like, how is she offending you or scaring you? Besides you just saying, "Oh my God, you're frightening me. You're frightening. You're terrifying me. I'm scared. I'm scared." That's weird. That's weird. You're standing right there. Anyways, she's standing right there, um, inside with the security, people, oh my gosh, metal detector right there when you go into the courthouse. It's like there's there's policemen right there, anyways, it just anyways, I'm gonna just tell you, I'm sure you already figured it out, but for those of you who don't pick up on my nuances, I mean, I think this entire story by Lauren is completely fabricated. And I believe that she employed or directed, conspired, whatever you want to call it. Okay. Allegedly. I feel like she put Joe up to it, Megan up to it. I feel like it could be Trish too, but I feel like there might even be a little more knowledge there, to orchestrate, uh, and gather evidence, right? And I think that's, I don't know if I'm using the right words that she used or they used allegedly, but something along those lines. So it's like, I'm just trying to figure it out too, because I didn't know any of this stuff was going on. And I just know that I distanced myself at that time for a reason, but I also had to stay in touch because I had left JJ. I have a necklace that my mom, gifted me with JJ's ashes in it. And I left it behind in Arizona when I went to visit Joe and Trace. And I brought my little boy, we just went and visit and in Arizona while we were there, and I accidentally forgot him. So I was like, oh no, 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 oh my God. I felt so bad. But I got him, got it back. I'm glad about that. But actually, and I'm just gonna be honest, and you can judge me, whatever. But I mean, I've been looking more into symbolism, sign symbolism. They say that these people communicate in plain sight, yet people are like, I don't, we look, you're like, you don't see anything and you really don't. But I've learned through kind of hanging out in the shadows back here, in the underworld, where Lauren would never go, no news source, like these reporters and things like Justin Lum. I'd contacted Fox 13 News, Adam Herbets. He's actually the one that I reached out to. And I never heard back from him because he was handling the Hamblin case, if in Utah. And so I'm like, okay, so he deals with these kind of ritualistic abuse. He reports on them, so he knows what I'm talking about. But I never did hear from him, and that's okay. Okay, I respect that more than somebody pretending they're helping me and then they don't. And I mean, of course, news stations were very cautious with me, it seemed, but I was also very upfront with them too. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this is my research. This is what the hell I look at. Like, I can't help it. That's what y'all don't want to talk about. Like, figure it out with your bosses. But also, I'm not who they chose to do interviews, just like Nate Eaton. And I keep these things in mind because not so much to call him out, I'm over it now, but just to make note of it, because I believe that this is also controlled opposition. Lauren opened what I think Nonsense called it Pandora's box, because it did too. And I'm like, holy shit, it very well could be controlled opposition. I had the definition here. I'm sure somebody's going to be wanting it. Let me pull it up real quick so I can tell you what that is. I was looking, I've been researching into the Diddy case to Epstein. I found names like the Huntsman name. They actually already published the list, but they were redacted, but you can still figure out a lot. So you don't need their damn list. You already know. Just follow your gut. Just like I don't need her text messages. I know, because they've been telling on themselves that they're pretty shitty. Whether it just says so much about Lauren. And I mean, I feel the same way about John. He's never done me he's never done me any favors. Whatever, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but it just seems like she is spiraling, in my opinion, and he's not done anything, or it seems like it. And it just seems very reminiscent of Lori and Charles, kind of. She looks disjointed, disconnected, disassociated, uninterested. I feel like there's trouble in paradise. It's I don't know. It's something concerning though, because it scares me. Because I'm like, why are they not? I need them to be normal too, is what I'm saying. Like, let me have my time and y'all just be like y'all were, you know? But they're like, it's different. It's different. It's a whole different energy. Okay, let's see. Controlled. I take too many screenshots, y'all. Oh, let me search. Controlled. I looked up control and Lauren's picture came up. I'm kicking it didn't. Ha ha ha. All right, let's see. It's oh my gosh, I'm not gonna find what the hell. I'm stuck with the information exchanging. Anyways, it's basically like because it seems like Lauren maybe has I believe I've been led on to believe that she's no longer a practicing Mormon, that no longer an active Mormon, yet she is doing, she did do Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin. And usually when you move to that side of this space, then, usually you are considered an anti-Mormon at that point. That's like the church's arch nemesis, they're like, oh, they demonize him. But so I'm just trying to figure out the connections here. I also know from what Lori Hillis has produced that it was Nate Eaton that Lauren had ran into at one of the trials. And I don't know who mentioned it, but she asked if Nate Eaton would, forward her a link to the book or whatever. And then Lauren allegedly, according to Lori Hillis, gave out 10,000 copies. Maybe not 10,000, but even if it were just a couple, I agree. That's not her property. She struck my video for using her content. So, I mean, it is her content. I have to respect that, but it's of my family. You know what I'm saying? It is such a weird, bizarre thing to deal with. I mean, I'm just like, what? I've been contacted by Netflix and to take down matching content. I'm like, that is my video of my nephew and my dad on their bus. Okay. I was freaking out. Like, what the hell? It's really weird. It bothers me too. And if Lauren asks, just let her know that I have 4 copyright lawyers. Okay. Just kidding. All right. All right, let me play that. Let me play some more of this Joe right here because it's interesting. Let me back it up.
They say Boise. Sorry. Sorry.
Very heavy emotional day for those that were following along on our live stream.
Hey, Mike.
Dr. John is also watching, and we will be going live later. Right now, we are awaiting a press conference that is going to take place. I'll show you guys what's going on. Here we are. There's Joe Schmo. Hello, there's Joe Schmo. Mike Watkis, he's been on our...
Hold on. There, what? What? What the fuck is going on? Who's Joe Schmo?
I don't know. He's hooking up his little microphone.
That is going to take place. I'll show you guys what's going on. Here we are. There's Joe Schmo. Hello, there's Joe Schmo. Mike Watkis, he's been on our channel before.
Wow, Paul.
I'm going to listen to her first.
Wow, Paul.
He is in the declaration.
Just 1 minute, Joe. This is July 25th, 2025.
So I don't know when September is whenever he went to CrimeCon. And
this is the guy who took pictures of Christina at CrimeCon. This is Paul Joseph. And he got up and took the pictures of Christina. He also has an or a sworn declaration. And he's all dressed up.
yeah, he's sweaty though. I remember that.
Oh, I barely know her. No, they met each other in Delphi. Exactly,
Yeah.
Kresha. It says.
That was me in the chat.
Place. I'll show you guys what's going on. Here we are. There's Joe Schmo. Hello, there's Joe Schmo. Mike Watkins, he's been on our channel before. There's Nate.
I love his work.
Everybody covering this right here.
Nate.
Brianna's known for a few interviews now with Lori.
Yeah, that
Lori
short
Daybell.
dress in that day, I think.
So what went on in there? They've got a canopy. It's 105, and my phone.
We got a
is actually
canopy.
attached right now to a phone.
She didn't.
Cooler. So fingers crossed that we're okay. Last time we were here in Phoenix and we were waiting for a press conference, my phone shut down. So we have purchased a phone cooler to keep cool.
Okay.
Fingers crossed it works. And I am looking straight ahead at the doors of the courthouse, waiting to see when anyone will be coming out.
Oh my God, she's stalking the people at the courthouse. Why are you sitting there, like, waiting for the victims to come out? You're stalking them, weirdo.
It really looks like it. Zooming in.
So,
doing roll call.
For those that didn't watch, like I said, we'll be doing a live later today. But Lori Daybell now has 7 life sentences ahead of her. 2 here in.
All right, I'm gonna pull it because I finally got it pulled up right here. So let's watch this part. I'm scared. Fair use. Okay, under the fair use. I don't know. I haven't memorized that part yet. Okay, fair use. Whatever. You don't own me.
So, in other words,
we speed it up.
The stalker ties herself to a group bullying campaign.
According to
whether or not she was in town, she is letting
what am I doing?
Me know that the reason they're doing this is because I sent their friend who was employed by me. I paid a lot of money to a cease and desist for something that has nothing to do with them. And that they're now going to, I guess, harass me and that I deserve it.
I guess. She says okay, hold on. And that they're now going to, I guess, harass me. I guess harass me. And that I deserve it. You do. And you guess. That's not saying they do. You're not being concrete. You're being elusive. You're being a hooker, just like your protege there. All right.
I don't know. We called the police for an escort to our vehicle, and rightfully so.
Goody,
and again, the fact they said, stop acting like nothing's wrong. I don't.
Stop acting like a child is probably what he said. And fix your face.
And thank you to the person who said, stop saying, I don't know what I did. Start saying, I did nothing. I have not done anything.
Then why are you fake apologizing to? Because you're not even apologizing right. You're like, if I would have done something wrong. Girl, you need to go check in at the narcissism clinic. Okay. Woo.
For correcting me on that.
In my opinion.
When stalking happens, you start to doubt yourself. Trust me. I sat in tears going, what have I done? And like, whoa, am I missing something?
Oh, yeah.
Nobody has ever been able to clarify. I think I said, what did I do to them? Like, I haven't done anything.
Why you didn't ask your stalkers?
Because I
feel like she stalks herself. I'm right there at that point right now. Been watching a lot of creators cover her. Okay. I'm trying to learn the case of Lauren Matthias. Maybe I'll write the book. I'll write the book on it. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Talk about poetic justice. KJ, you ready? Just kidding. Don't come for me.
I have not done anything.
Well, you better not.
I have not done anything.
Keep it that way. Allegedly. If you got to say you're a good person or you have not done anything, girl, quit projecting. That's where I'm at. I've already analyzed like all Lori, Chad, Dilemma, all the people. Okay. And they're just like this. Okay. In my opinion, It's like birds of a feather flock together, and they all have the same like-minded mindset, and it's inverted. And yeah, I'm on to something too. And I think maybe it might be what could be another instance of manipulation on people. How like when Summer Shiplet, she came out with a statement when the kids were found on Chad's property, and it sounded like she apologized. She said all the buzzwords, all the words that satisfied us, at least for the time being. Me, I'm just like, until I went back and looked again, and I was like, she didn't say anything. It's like inverted. It's inverted, and I'm looking more into it, and I think this is what's going on here, where they say the words, but they're really not saying anything at all. They're not saying what you think they're saying. Got to go back and listen. I don't know what to call it yet. I'm not an expert, like some people.
On July 29th, 2025, this is going to be, by the way, a hot mic 18.
Well, then it was, what'd she just say? July 29th. It was July 25th, Hooker.
On July 29th, 2025, my stalker also posted another video of my voice. And this is interesting, actually. I was caught on a hot mic in Law and Crime. What was it after?
Law and Crime. Law and Crime.
It was after Lori Daybell's sentencing. I said nothing wrong. In fact, I'm.
Well, why would you even say that? Because you're inverted. Okay? Because you did something wrong. I'm looking dead at her now, knowing she just told me she did nothing wrong. That means she did something wrong. I'm like the psycho whisperer. I know that sounds crazy, but no, I'm not. They are. Crazy. Whatever they say bounces off of me.
I think they're hot mic. Leave it to me. I'm not even thinking of hot mics. What I said was okay. In fact, I remember.
Hold on. I said nothing wrong. In fact, I didn't even think there was a hot mic. What? Let me go back up here. She's trying to pull one on us. Oh, innocent. Good Mormon. You little good Mormon, you. All right. Nobody has ever been able to clarify. I think I said, what did I do? Okay, let's pass all that shit up. I have not done anything. You sound like your sister wife over there, Ruby Frankie, who's like, I'm a good girl. I'm not a naughty girl, or whatever. Same thing. Nobody has ever been able to clarify. You need to clarify. I think I said, what did I do to them? Like, I haven't done anything, because I have not done anything. To have not done anything. Okay. How many times can you say the same thing without saying anything at all? So on July 20, it's really the 25th, but she says the 29th because she's an excellent reporter. She's a false reporter. And that's a good wordplay, right? False reporter. You get it? Haha. All right. This is going to be, by the way, a hot mic 18. What the hell is that? Let me listen to it.
29th, 2025. This is going to be, by the way, a hot mic 18. On July 29th, 2025.
She done numbered her exhibits.
My stalker also posted another video of my voice. And this is interesting, actually. I was
of your voice, but you didn't do nothing wrong. But we're about to hear your voice. And it's interesting. So I'm kind of setting this up because I also was asked or told one or the two. Let me let this play. I'm gonna grab it real quick. Just let's listen.
Caught on a hot mic in Law and Crime. What was it after? It was after Lori Daybell's sentencing. I said nothing wrong. In fact, I'm.
Or you can't keep up.
I didn't even think there was a hot mic. I leave it to me. I'm not even thinking of hot mics. What I said was okay. In fact, I remember thinking after, I'm like, oh well,
it's not. Okay, so hold on. She just hot mic. I believe it to me. Not even thinking of hot mics. What? This is crazy. I was caught on a hot mic and Law and Crime. What was it after? It was after Lori Daybell's sentencing. I said nothing wrong. You know how this is that thing that I've shared with y'all before, and anybody who's been here. This is that thing where it's like your toddler, you walk into the kitchen and they're sitting on the floor and they have their hand in a cookie jar and you're like, oh, what is it? Or no, they have blue icing or whatever on their hands, and they've been in the cookie jar, but they're like, that's what it's kind of similar. Anyways, it's so childish, it's so childish, but okay. I believe it to me, not even thinking of hot mics. Well, who does? Anybody else in here just think about hot mics all day? If your name's Mike, Mike, right? Okay. What I said was okay. Well, not what you texted wasn't. So we have that. In fact, I remember thinking after, I'm like, oh, quote, oh well, I'm good. I'm safe. What? Who fucking does that? Okay. This is really effed up. Grayson is the one that you hear in the background going, hot mic. And until the moment she said hot mic, it didn't even occur to me. And I was like, oh, okay. This is her TikTok. We'll watch it on the unedited. Oh, I'm sure it's unedited. We need to look for jump cuts. Let's see. But here's August. Okay. Anyway, so let me play some more of this, and then I think I have another piece of this puzzle. Maybe.
I'm good. I'm safe. Grayson is the one that you hear in the background going hot mic, and until the moment she said hot mic, it didn't even occur to me. I was like, oh, okay. This is her TikTok. We'll watch the unedited version, the authentic version after. But here is on August 6th.
Where's my the fake stalker version?
Publishing a video with photos. Oh, no, take that back. On July 20th, this is my stalker posting another video of my voice, which is this hot mic.
July 20th. I noticed she likes you. She came over.
And she July 20th.
After, and she said, thank you for being so kind to me. I noticed she was very open to me asking anything because she knew I was kind to her.
I remember acting. I don't hear that. What's the point of the video?
Yeah, in a second. Let me just share what this is. So that was confusing. That was, my stalker makes sure she's the face of every post.
My stalker makes sure she's the face of every post. Oh my Lord, y'all. Oh my God. Let me just share what this is. So that was confusing. Right. That was, my stalker makes sure she's the face of every post. So you didn't see the video of the hot mic moment. It's not even the right one. That was my stalker that we blurred. Well, thanks for protecting your stalker, and you're protecting her name too. Remember when you said that you were protecting your perp? You're fucking weird. You're backwards, dude. That was my stalker blurred. She puts the quotes of what's going on, redact. It's very confusing. You're confusing. She is too. Grayson, you're confusing too. She calls it weaponized kindness. I call it you done weaponized copyright laws. You done weaponized YouTube. You done weaponized your chat. You like your whole community. You done weaponized the legal system. You done weaponized free speech. You done weaponize all. You weaponize. You are a weapon, okay, of mass destruction. Let's see. And so she says, oh, of course, name drop. Gotta name drop Nancy Joe. Mm-hmm. Okay, she says, she puts quotes of what's going on. Okay, she calls it weaponized kindness. Who does? Grayson? Thank you, Nancy Joe. Thank you. So she calls this weaponized kindness, and that was it. What was it? I'm waiting. Oof. I mean, if this, I don't want to say it. Oh, let me not say it. I'm trying to stop not say it. Okay. It was after the Lori Daybell sentencing, the last one. And to be very clear, I'll just set the stage. Well, thank you. Someone who was I'm just kind of reading it so I can kind of catch some, if there's anything to catch, it'll be when I read it. Who was a trial goer. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now's a good time for this. I know we're going to hop everywhere. So back to this, right? I'm not really here for all this information. Playboard. Okay. I'm here because I found this, because this is interesting. And I got this from a source just days ago. And so when I stumbled across this, I was like, interesting. So Jay shared this earlier in her live stream. And I also noticed the same thing, how it's when I do mine for my channel, I start with Lori, Chad, I start going like that. As far as like top priority, who am I trying to attract? Who am I trying to say, hey, here's my video, here's my channel, find me in the algorithm? Okay. It's the search engine optimization. Oh my God. SEO. So it's interesting because Lauren, who claims to be an ex-Mormon, but yet does, podcast interviews, things like that. Anytime she's mentioned her religion, she is proud about it. And she should be if she were true to it. Okay. Or true to us. One of the two. She needs to be one or the other. She can't be both. We don't do double speak. We don't do that shit here. We call it out. So first thing is crime. Then she goes to Chad Daybell. She puts hidden true Mormonism. I stopped putting Mormon or ex-Mormon or LDS because I'm not trying to attract them to my shit. Okay. Like, I already feel like I have a deficit, with staying in the gutters. But Mormonism, LDS beliefs, podcasts, Lori, Vallow, JJ and Tylee, Alex Cox, Julie Rowe. These are the things that, and you can only have so many characters. So it's like, these are what she has literally channeled. Okay. Julie Rowe, Energy Healing, Murder Among the Mormons, which is an interesting documentary on Netflix, I think, that paints Mormonism in negative light. What don't? Okay. Mormons, hold on. Murder Among the Mormons, Mormon Podcast, Brian Koberger, News Nation, Lauren Matthias, Dr. John, forensic psychologist, criminal psych. She's name dropping here too, credential dropping here. Just kidding. Psychology, DeSales University, Trial, Ruby, Frankie, Jody, Hildebrandt, Hidden True Crime. I'm just going through them. True Crime, Lauren Matthias, True Crime Podcast, True Crime Stories, True Crime Recaps, Crime Stories, True Crime News, Trial Watchers. Might want to put a pin in that one. We'll come back to it. Dr. John Matthias, forensic psychology. She's doing all the things. Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, Dan Markell, True Crime YouTubers. Donna Adelson Update, Donna Adelson Trial, Charlie Adelson, Hidden True Crime, something. Adelson, Criminal Psychology, Hidden Hour, True Crime Documentary, Adelson Case, Dan Markell Trial, Adelson Trial, Hidden True Crime, Daybell, and then Lori. Okay, so I'm going to click this. We're going to go there. Oh, well, that didn't do me anything. Hold on. Let me Google it real quick. This is going to be relevant. You're going to want to watch this. So, all right. Welcome to Trial Watchers. Okay. Trial Watchers is a show. Well, I guess I can go AI mode real quick so it can kind of give me a brief summary of what it is. Let's see. The term, no, I need the show. Let's go here. Okay. Oh, whatever. All right. So this is Fubo TV, whatever. It says, welcome to Trial Watchers. Trial Watchers chronicles the stories of true crime fans and why they're so passionate about the topic, sometimes putting their lives on hold to follow every twist and turn of court proceedings. The book is an anthology of short stories co-authored by Neil Gordon and features never-before-seen updates on his experiences with former, Colleton County Clerk Court Becky Hill. The book also highlights the work of internet sleuths. I just found that, right? And tells the stories of those seeking unresolved justice through trial watching and consumption of true crime content in books, podcasts, TV shows, chat rooms, and more. The 5-part docuseries explores several stories of those passionate about true crime and trial watching. And 10% of the book royalties will benefit it says different crime victims charities each quarter. Okay. We'll have to check that one out afterwards. So let me just I'm setting the stage, I guess. oh, I am not about to buy a book. You done lost your mind. So sick of buying shit. All right. We're going to switch to there. Let me close this one. All right. What? I don't know. I didn't have this planned out. Let's see. Let's watch the trailer.
More women follow true crime than men.
Many of them are crime fighters. They're in the system one way or the other.
The behind the scenes is the coolest thing ever.
They are crime victims who are seeking answers.
I've always been fascinated with what makes people do what they do. And I'm curious as to why people commit horrid crimes that they do.
And the people are amazing. I mean, it's thousands of people here following true crime. It's incredible how it resonates with a demographic.
Yeah, what time did y'all get here today?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
But we wasn't first in line.
Friendly people here. Friendful people that care.
Yeah, I went through the same thing that their family was kind of going through. So I understood how his family would feel. Right. Because we went through that too. My dad was murdered.
Okay, hey.
He owned a business. He was a locksmith. He was closing up for the night and somebody came in and robbed him.
Most people, I think, that do this have had something.
Like I want to just comment so I don't get this taken down, even though it's a trailer, but sometimes, you know, they get weird. But I didn't know if y'all even caught it at the beginning. And if not, I'm going to let it finish playing and then we'll go back if you didn't.
Something happened to them. And this is their way and our way of seeing somebody get the justice that everybody deserves but doesn't always get.
Alex Murdoch, I'm Jonathan Lee Riches Investigates. Why did you do it? I'm here to investigate you. Shame on you.
Hey, is that the same guy that yelled at Richard Allen? Because it sure sounded just like him. I'm not a trial watcher. I just watched two people.
Alex Murdoch, I'm Jonathan Lee Riches Investigates. Why did you do it? I'm here to investigate you. Shame on you.
Someone had told me that there was this man who had his video phone. He would try to catch the jury.
You got to go out there and try to expose and you know, put light to the badness out there to try to maybe help stop it and give victims voices.
I think people are just warriors for justice. They really want to see.
I didn't know she was on here.
Held accountable for the crimes that they commit. This community is huge.
Okay. So, I mean, I think this is relevant because Lauren don't get to sit there and say that this girl, Christina, who is on this show, Trial Watchers, okay, it's an actual fucking show, that obviously Lauren felt so important enough to put the actual keyword, let me find it again, right here, Trial Watchers, okay? I mean, that's pretty specific. I mean, I understand it could not apply to a TV show, but it's a little coinky dink. Just wanted to share it. And also, my source and I, we just kind of wanted to humanize Christina a little bit, because my idea of what Lauren painted of her quote unquote stalker 400 and something times over 9 hours. And then it's been repeated ever since by other people who just, and I mean, I think that was the whole point. I think it was the point. And so I don't know if this is Lori Day right here. I have no idea. I'm just asking, or, you know, assuming, I don't know, wondering. And this is Christina, okay, who is on a TV show that goes and watches trials. And this TV show follows these people watching these women or these people. And so this looks like it was at some kind of crime con somewhere. I don't know. I will not go and did not go. I'm not shaming anybody that did go. I don't like it feels very propaganda-ish to me, because it puts off the wrong perception. I mean, I understand. I love meeting people that, you know, I talk to all year round, you know, here. And if we go to the trial, I understand like that. I understand that. But this is geared toward merch, these tickets, you know, that are so expensive. It's also Mormon owned. So I don't really, I know Nonsense is, she knows who that is. I don't know off the top of my head, but, and so you just follow the money. Okay. That's what I've been doing. We follow the money here, and people get pissed off at you whenever you reveal where the money led you. Okay. That's when everybody's like, oh, I can't do it without CrimeCon, or, oh, not Nate Eden, and I'm just like, okay, come back whenever you're ready. It sucks. I understand. I worldview into a bazillion pieces. Just know that anybody that's kind of plugged into the network, any network, where they're being vouched for credit, that they vouch for each other. Look at collabs and stuff like that. Like, try to see who's boosting who's saying, oh, and introducing to that's, I know I'm not making a complete sentence right now, so I need to just move on. But that's what I kind of look for. These incentivized podcasts, even true crime ones, I mean, they're everywhere. And so here's Christina. She looks like, I don't know her, it looks like she's she's at work, just like Lauren claimed to be, reporting on law and crime. So I don't think it's fair how Lauren dehumanized Christina bad, and the other women. I mean, I have my interactions with Janice, but I would never dehumanize her as far as Lauren has done these ladies. If that is Lori Day, I don't know. Anyways, I just thought that was interesting, just to have the keyword and her keyword. I mean, you can only have so many, like, I want to say 500 characters, and it made it. Was she trying to get on the show? Was this some kind of public embarrassment? Because I'm telling you again, I don't believe Lauren's story holds up. I believe it's completely fabricated. Okay, so maybe a couple TikToks where Christina might have been pissed off. I don't know. I'm not her. I wasn't there either. But I'm just trying to look at it objectively in a different way. I don't have any stock in either one. I will still be able to go to sleep tonight, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, but it does matter, because I believe, if that's true, if my theory is true, and I believe, that if Lauren did set this entire thing up and fabricate it, then Grayson would likely be part of that. I would think, allegedly. I would think that maybe some other people were recruited or manipulated to do that too. It reminds me of a narcissist, and how they just get everyone to do their bidding around and do everything for them. And then they just sit back with the chaos that they created. And then they watch their false fucking, whatever she said, kingdom burn, straight up. It's weird. Same thing with like Lori. That's kind of what I'm talking about. But so it's making me wonder if, and I mean, we'll have to go into the connections to who finances CrimeCon, who's all plugged into this. Oh yeah, I don't have that pulled up though. We'll have to do that another time. The owner of Trial Watchers. It just makes me, I feel, I have a hunch. I don't know. Don't quote me on this, but just, I don't know. I have kind of this feeling, if I can have a prediction, if you will. I feel like CrimeCon, Web Sleuth, Othram, of course, Delphi. I mean, all these people are networking, and they're plugged in. They give credibility to each other. She was able to get the interview with the Delphi prosecution or prosecutor dude. I don't know all these people. I don't know the case that well. I just know her coverage of it. And I'm on the whole other side of the spectrum, where I believe, it should have ended up with that trial. And she's way over here. And I'm like, I followed your stuff. So it's like kind of weird. But she also got an award from CrimeCon. And I would think that I wonder if there's a track record of this even. How many reporters get not rewards, but awards for especially when somebody's guilt or innocence is involved. You know, if she would have thought that Richard Allen was innocent, would she have still gotten that award? Is what I'm kind of alluding to, or just questioning. Right? It's okay to question. It's not against the law. Okay, they'll make you feel like it is. But so these are just kind of some questions I have. Then I showed y'all a post the other day from True Crime Design, and I mean she's on this too, and I'm like, yay, finally. I don't know. I just appreciate the digging that she does. It's relieving. I feel like I'm not alone. Anyways, let me grab. Okay. All right. Let me push play and I'll tie this in some more. God, I can't talk. Come on.
Arizona and
oh wait, whoa. My bad. Wrong one. Sorry. Back to this crazy hot mic. Ugh.
So you didn't see the video of the hot mic moment. That was my stalker that we blurred. She puts the quotes of what's going on redacted. It's very confusing. She calls it weaponized kindness. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy Jo.
Oh, you gonna cry?
Thank you.
I need Turtle Boy.
So she calls this weapon.
What'd she do? Just blink so she could cry? That's what she's doing. Tim Ballard does this shit too. Cry on demand. That's what I call it. Cry on demand.
Thank you. So
she can go back to her painful childhood memories just like that. I can't even remember what I did yesterday.
She calls this weaponized kindness.
Who does?
And that was it. That's what she did edit it. We're gonna watch.
How do you know?
The original Hot Mic on Law and Crime. It was after the Lori Daybell sentencing, the last one. And to be very clear, someone, I'll just set the stage, someone who was a trial goer.
Which she meant by, a trial goer. You see what I'm saying? All right. So she's going to set the stage. She's really setting the narrative, in my opinion.
Kind girl. Someone, Daybell sentencing, the last one. And to be very clear, someone, I'll just set the stage, someone who was a trial goer, a kind girl, who I quite like. I won't say her name. She's really sweet in trial. She was sweet to everyone. And I noticed that she was actually across the room talking to Summer Shiflett, who is Lori Vallow Daybell's sister. I actually thought it was really sweet that they were talking. I noticed that from the back row where the media sat. It's a good view of everyone in the back row. And I also know, full disclosure, that Summer does not care for me. And I actually really respect that and understand. In order to be a journalist in this case, not everyone is going to like the things that I have to say.
Not everybody that's a victim in this case. Okay. Try being one of us. Okay. Holy crap. Oh, that bothers me right there. Try being a journalist. No, ma'am. Go. You targeted my family. I saw you passing from Facebook group to Facebook group, trying to basically solicit you and your husband and to straight up get in touch with my parents. And then this would be where you set the narrative or you set the stage, and then the rest has been fucking hell. Okay? For me. And I mean, now they're starting to find out that it's also hell for them too, and that you're a piece of shit in our opinions. In my opinion, I'll speak for myself.
When evidence appears, I also
evidence?
At the
what
same
evidence? There's no evidence, Lori Vallow.
Not everyone is going to like the things that I have to say. When evidence appears, I also, at the same time, because I'm capable of this, I have so much.
Because I'm capable of this. I don't know. The jury's out on that one, sister.
Empathy for Summer Shiflett.
I don't think you have empathy, period. Prove it.
Lori's.
And she's dragging, I mean, as much as I don't really care for Summer, she's dragging another victim into her bullshit, her chaos.
There's so much. I wept as I listened to her talk.
I wept.
To
I
Lori.
don't trust anybody who said I wept. Okay.
on recordings in the courthouse. I feel bad for Summer Shiflett. I believe that her sister manipulated her. But
you don't know that, so shut up.
I cannot imagine. Look what I'm doing. I'm doing an entire live. I've been going live for almost 3 hours.
We know
about what I've been through. I cannot imagine what Summer has been through. So
I don't even know how to feel about what she just said. I believe her that her sister manipulated her, and I cannot imagine. Look what I'm doing. She's comparing herself to Summer. Look what I'm doing. I'm doing an entire live. I've been going live for almost 3 hours about what I've been through. I cannot imagine what Summer has been through. I'm sure you would jack it, though. I'm sure right there to clip it, and then embrace it. Anyways, a lot of empathy for her. I've also had to speak some really uncomfortable truths. I don't know if they were truths, but I mean, that's my conjecture. I'm sorry. And I fully respect that. And I fully respect that you had to speak some truths. I'm really confused by her language, y'all. Not everyone needs to like me, and not everyone is going to like me. How many in here? We need to do a poll, right? Oh my gosh. Okay. Pick me, right? I thought about doing a mass exodus because I'm not about cancel culture, but I'm all about taking your power back. We could all just migrate, unsubscribe, and then just see if it does any damage to our numbers or not. Just as an experiment, okay? It's ha ha ha. Anyways, that's just the weird ideas I have during the day. All right, moving on. All right, let me just push play.
So I have a lot of empathy for her. I've also had to speak some really uncomfortable truths
about what?
And talk about things she does not like. And I know that Summer does not like me, and I fully respect that. Not everyone needs to like me, and not everyone is going to like me. Understandably, not just
she's tisking too.
Respect. I understand why she wouldn't.
Oh, so, what you got on her?
So that sets the stage for this hot mic moment on Law and Crime.
Psychopath. On Law and Crime.
Details on our phone board. Yes, I will. I'll text you. It's just on Amazon. Here, can you see it? We're leaving, but I got a lot today from Summer. So we're leaving, but I got a lot today from Summer. I
noticed she likes you. She came over.
This is basically what I think. And I mean, this is another person that obviously got close to Summer. And I mean, Summer was sitting on Lori's side, and I don't even know why she was there. In my opinion, I don't care for Summer, period. It's not a secret here. But I mean, everybody needs support, whatever. So that girl, I don't know who she is. I've never seen her before in my life. Not even that day. I don't remember her. But it seems like this is where you have this fighting over people, fighting over family members. Okay. I think that's what we're seeing right here. And so they're just being real judgy, passive aggressive. Kind of like whenever Lauren said, somebody had asked her in that 9-hour live if Christina was LDS, and she said, "Oh, very, very." And she goes to church on Sundays. It's something, I'm paraphrasing. Goes to church on Sundays and then films these TikTok videos, and I'm just like, oh my God, she is marking her dark. She is dehumanizing her. She is letting the person who asked her that in chat know that she's whatever Lauren needs her to be. Anyways, any way to demonize her.
And she even came to me after, and she said, "Thank you for being so kind to me." And then, I noticed she was very open to me asking anything, because she knew I was kind to her. Yeah, I got a lot, but we're leaving, so she said she'll call me. So.
Okay, yeah. You too.
I'm always tuned in to crime.
We're going to give you a hand if you have to walk.
Okay. Didn't she say I'll see you after a while? And then she said something about Summer. Hold on.
We're going to give you a hand if you have to walk.
Okay. I'm gonna have to slow it down because this is a little difficult research. Let's see. All right. Normal. If there is such a thing.
Yeah. You too.
I'm always tuned in to crime.
We're going to give you a hand if you have to walk.
Well, I'm not.
Summer and something about Law and Crime. I don't know what the hell she's saying. And I mean, I don't remember seeing Law and Crime there. Oh, well, there's the banner right there. So in my face, right?
I'm not a podcaster. I don't continue.
No, I know, but I just want
I would be nice to her today.
I'm telling you. No, I actually want
Still too hot.
I have so much.
And this is still, by the way, I don't believe this is Christina either. She don't look like her, but so just know that look, this is an analogy I came up with, and it's similar to what I would consider like just not the actual, like I'm not being blasphemous. I'm just saying it's the same kind of sense like Father, Son, Holy Ghost. She uses that setup or that diagram, and it seems to me, and she interchanges people to basically try and frame up some kind of evidence that I don't see. I don't see it. Like, do y'all see it, or is it me? Like, I don't see it. I feel like there is no evidence. I mean, there's evidence of no evidence. How about that? Okay. Hey, nonsense. Thank you. Okay. Continued at CrimeCon. Oh, I'm butting in y'all's conversation. I'm sorry. She talks about, yes. And Lauren did this to me the very day. Like, she went live for the 9 hours. So I was thinking of all kinds of things, like what I had been through with Janice. And so I sent her what I knew, like what was coming back to my mind. And I mean, the stuff I sent her were things I'd been, wanting to share with her. If I were going to share, it would be now, it'd be that time for the 9-hour thing. And all I got back from Lauren was, let me find it. Where the hell? Hold on. Where is she at? Oh, there she is. So I sent her about the phrase she kept repeating about as you wish. And I was like, that's the stuff that's the same phrase that Zalema shared. I mean, Alex didn't share it because he was deceased by this time when when Zalema talked to the police. She said that Alex went to go get her some salsa and chips. And anyways, he was like, as you wish. And I'm like, anyways, that's another side tangent for the Daybell case. But so I was just kind of that's what I do. I put things together. Okay. If you've ever been in a chat with me, you're like, oh my God, this girl's intense, but it's just me connecting things. And then maybe it'll jog somebody else to say something to you that'll move the conversation forward. And so she texted me back. Lauren texted me back Friday, October 17th at 2:54. So it was like the next day, or no, 2 days later, because her live was on a Wednesday, I believe. And she said, Kresha, thank you for reaching out. This is Lauren. Thank you for reaching out. I'm so sorry. I'm just getting back to you. After my live, I basically slept all day. I basically slept all day off and on yesterday. I would say on and off, but she said off and on yesterday. And I'm just getting out of bed. The amount of anxiety and adrenaline it took to do that live was immense. I mean, you're in the bed. Same bed you were crying in. Janice has been so cruel to the family members. Colby did a live yesterday talking about this group of women that have been terrorizing all the victims for years and years. No shit, Sherlock. Like, hello. She's the insider, not the family. You understand? Anyway, so she says, thank you so much for being so kind. Having you in the chat and being so supportive truly meant so much to me. I care about you, which is a lie, and your family so much, also a lie. I'm so sorry for everything you guys have been through over the years as well. It really isn't fair. I just want to sit on that for a second. That burns my ass. So then I don't text back, and she says on Tuesday, October 21st at 9:02 p.m. So 4 days later. Okay. And she just put dude, and she sent me a link to Hidden True Crime chat. And the title was Lori H's Historically Bad Behavior Triangulation. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, she's basically not even responding to what I sent her as far as, the information I sent her. that could possibly connect dots, maybe. And I also had, which is interesting, y'all. Oh my, I don't even know how to explain it. Oh my God. It's triggering. Like it's bringing back so many things, but I guess that's kind of good. So what it just reminded me of was when Lauren claimed that she that she was hacked. Okay. Okay. She claimed she was hacked. And I had noticed something that's kind of what I do, right? I noticed that she had did a live stream or a collab with Linda from It's a Crime. And I remember seeing the video. I'll put it back over here so I can show you what I'm talking about. Let me share it again. What the hell? Sorry. So it says at the top here, it says 666 straight up. 666, Annie Elise and Lauren Matthias. That's Every Day with Jay. I always want to say J is for justice. All right. So like right here. So it was on Lauren's channel. This was back in like April. It was right when Lori was regained her competency. Okay. So this is when Lauren claimed that she had been hacked. Whenever I saw the video before my parents came to pick me up, and then we went to Houston and we flew to Rexburg. Okay. But right here, it, instead of saying hidden true crime, you know, which it should have said, or it's a crime, you know, but it should have said hidden true crime. It said law and crime. And I was like, what, why is Lauren working for law and crime now? Like, you know, it just kind of, I wasn't the only one. There were other people kind of in the comment section, like going, what? Anyways, I found it odd. I took screenshots of it. And, then it happened to, I want to say It's a Crime. Just, I don't know. I just kind of noticed, maybe even Annie Elise, if I'm thinking about it, if I'm remembering correctly. It was just odd. So I'm just like, well, are they getting hacked? You know, what's going on here? And the fact that all this pivots around law and crime, you know, I'm just like, oh, you know, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to make of it. So I'm just kind of sharing that right now. And then we can revisit it later. But okay, let me get back to this one. I'm confusing myself. All right. Oh shit. And then I just kicked myself out of it. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. We'll do some we'll do some comments here in a little bit. I'm not going to be on long. I got to hang out with my little one when he gets off the bus. So, all right. So this is apparently this hot mic moment, but also I remember being reached out to, let's see. Oh, I lost my spot. Just, it's going to make sense. Trust me. She said, hot mic. Okay. So I just searched my phone and it pulled up a conversation. Oh, okay. I want to say it was Web Sleuths that asked me. Yeah, no, Donna told me about it. One of my main moderator, you know, she'll be back here and she's back here in the backstage with me. And I mean, we have a group chat on my phone. Like we have them on our phone so we can just we can text each other in a group chat. And this was, where's it at? Okay. What? That was somewhere else. Hold on. I do remember. I might have to put this together later when I have it actually put together. Let me look at this one. But I remember a message, and it was Web Sleuth saying that there was a hot mic. Just the mere coincidence or whatever that's happening, a hot mic moment, you know, and then there's Joe. I don't want to think this, but it's like I can't help it, you know. I wasn't there. I didn't do it. I was not part of any of this, whatever the hell's going on. But it bothers me too. I'm just kind of looking to see if I can make sense of this right here on the spot. These are all the things that say hot mic. Good Lord. Yeah, I'll have to come back with that. All right, so hold on to that. But I mean, it would be if I can, validate what I'm saying, it would be interesting if it came from Web Sleuths about a hot mic. And, I was traveling, so I wasn't really sitting still to concentrate or anything. I was having to drive and everything. But all right, so let's watch this and then we'll go back to the other one.
Inside, so we were simply unaware that they were there.
Damn.
However, after that incident, my stalker made a social media video about the incident, claiming that her and her friends were defending Lindsay, my ex-producer, who did indeed receive a cease and desist from me months earlier.
Well, that's proof, Lori.
And in that video posted on August 8th, my stalker used an audio clip of me from a recent interview I did on July 27th, 2025.
She's so extra.
Thank you, Difficult Research, for being here.
But
love you, Pressure. Thank you.
I love you
the
too.
Exhibit is Exhibit 17.
Abusers will often create problems to get a reaction so that you look like the problem.
She sent my friend, let's call her friend A cease and desist, and then walked right up to her to start talking. Friend A avoided her completely. They work in the same space, so overlap happens. But the rule friend A made was simple. If she talks to me, I will not speak to her back. One night, my friend, including friend A and others, are at a restaurant. They've been there for 2 hours. As they're about to wrap up their dinner and leave, ex-friend walks in and sits by the door with her assistant. It's a choose-your-own seating restaurant, and she chose to sit by the exit. A friend of mine, let's call her friend B, walks out of the bathroom and sees ex-friend and says to her, do not talk to friend A. You sent her a cease and desist, full of lies, by the way, and she does not want to talk to you. Friend B then walks away. Of course, ex-friend is like, oh, she can fight her own battles. Well, duh, she can fight her own battles, but you sent her freaking cease and desist full of untrue claims. So you're making others fight her battle. Okay. Hours later, my ex-friend goes to the police claiming my friends were stalking her, even though my friends had been at that restaurant first. For multiple hours had been at that restaurant first.
Sounds
it's
like
calling 911 on someone for being in the same room you just walked into. That's how unhinged this ex-friend is.
It doesn't sound so crazy now, right? Because if we're watching, she's basically doing, it is what it is. I mean, if it is what it seems it is, it's like she's doing to her what she's done to us. If so, it kind of resembles one another. Interesting. And diabolical, if so. Okay, back to this one. Hold on. All right, let me go back here.
Live later today.
Backing up.
To keep cool, fingers crossed it works, and I am looking straight ahead at the doors of the courthouse, waiting to see when anyone will be coming out.
Oh my God, she's stalking the people at the courthouse. Why are you sitting there, waiting for the victims to come out? You're stalking them, weirdo.
Little pet victims.
So, for those that didn't watch, like I said, we'll be doing a live later today. But Lori Vallow-Daybell now has 7 life sentences ahead of her. 2 here in Arizona and right? 5 in Idaho. I'm losing track, guys.
She's tired, is what it is. Okay,
I'm
in my opinion. Okay, I mean, I guess I'm not diagnosing her, but I do. I'm suspicious of some things. Okay, and I have been. I'm very observant. Can't help it.
Writing, but math is not my. I need to stop when it comes to math. She's got a lot of life sentences. A lot. Judge Boreski made some powerful remarks in there. I wasn't expecting that, showing empathy to Brandon Boudreaux for the survivor's guilt he carries, letting us know that he actually shares the same birthday with Charles Vallow, letting us know that his courtroom is a courtroom that follows the law, that is truth.
Oh, I love
that
it.
Lori Vallow-Daybell, despite what she said in her testimony, absolutely has had a fair trial.
Seems like he is her camera person.
Any juror had even heard of Lori Vallow-Daybell, they were dismissed and not used. We heard from several witnesses. One of the most profound witnesses, or one that that was a really, really big deal. Someone we had not heard of until today.
Until
JJ's
today.
father, Todd Transcends.
Keep my brother's name out your mouth, bitch.
Able to
I'm
give
just
a
saying.
victim impact statement. And it was incredible and heartbreaking to hear from JJ's biological father.
Was it so difficult?
We also heard from.
This is that shit I'm talking about, though, where there's people like her, and this is triggering because she does it all the time. And I think this is how they kind of weave themselves into the story. They become one, okay? And so they then do that sympathy thing that she's doing right there, and she's like this pity talk, and then everybody's purse strings they fly open, and then the money comes rolling in, and then she does her money grab, and then she goes on and gets some more cheeks. Allegedly, I don't know. Wasn't there?
Crusher.
Oh,
shout out, Crusher.
Oh, hell no, bitch.
Statement.
So whenever we left the room where we were talking with Trina K after the sentencing, we came down, and then I walked towards the tent because, right, that's where we're going. And so we're just kind of trickling in, and when I walk up, and so she's going to show it here in a minute, but whenever I walk up, she's like pointing the camera at me, sort of, but her and Grayson are like huddled up next to each other, sitting on the ground. And they were also sitting on the I'm gonna say the floor, because we were inside the building. The floor, they were sitting on the floor outside the courtroom going into the courthouse. But then when I came out, like just now, where she's at right now, they were sitting under the tent, the back right side of it, just huddled up together, like, two peas in a pod. Like, how you can tell if somebody has a shit-eating grin, like, I don't know. That's kind of what it looked like. And I mean, as soon as I walked up, she's like, "Oh, do you want to be on camera?" And I'm like, "What?" It just was very like, I'm not I'm not even worried about that right now. Don't ask me that right now. It's so inappropriate. It was like, so that made my decision. What if I wanted to talk to her? What if I wanted to be on the camera? She just kind of love bomb, or you know what I'm saying? Like kind of bombarded me with shit I didn't need to be dealing with. It's chaos. It confused me. And so it just kind of, it confused me is what it was. And I really couldn't hear her. I couldn't see because it was so damn bright. I'm looking for Jason. I'm not worried. I'm not like honed in. Let me go see the girl that has demonized me behind my back. No. So let's listen some more. Am I on the right one? Yeah.
And it was incredible and heartbreaking to hear from JJ's biological.
Are you going to be okay, Lauren? I mean, are you going to be okay? I hope she's going to be okay, y'all. Oh, shit.
We also heard from Crusher. Crusher was able to talk about her beloved uncle and her step cousin, Tylee. And
what did she just say? Love uncle?
About her beloved uncle and her step cousin, Tylee, and JJ. We heard from.
Oh, God.
Right.
I'll tell you what, she uses a filter because she does not have good skin. No offense, but I can't help but notice.
She's got Lori cheeks.
Step cousin Tylee.
Crusher, I'm sorry.
JJ. We heard from so many voices in these victim impact statements, and they were given a little bit more freedom than they were in Idaho when victim impact statements were read.
She looks tired. I feel like, how Adderall became a thing? That's what this kind of feels like to me, in my opinion. I don't know this, but it just gives me this vibe. I don't know. She looks really tired.
And more were able to share victim impact statements. Tammy Daybell, JJ, and Tylee were not forgotten in these victim impact statements, despite these cases being about JJ.
It's all painful. Like, it's not separated like it is for you, Lauren. Like, that's why I have a difficult time separating case to case. Whenever they were all split up, two separate trials in Idaho, two separate trials in Arizona, just for her. I mean, it's very hard to separate because it was all in rapid succession. So it's like it all runs together and it's all one. It's all one big, painful, dragged out, long shit show that hurt like a mofo, and was just the worst ever. But, here she is. Micromanaging.
Brandon and Charles Vallow. At one moment,
what was
so
that?
Nancy Jo Hancock was in the courtroom.
It's like a Pomeranian.
Because, of course, Lori also spoke and gave her own statement, which was appalling. But Nancy Jo Hancock, who was there in the courtroom, she was a witness for Charles Vallow's trial and a very important witness.
Yep, there's
she
the
actually
cough.
stood up after Lori started talking for a while.
I've had that cough too, by the way. So did Nate Eaton from back in Idaho. I was like, man, don't think I didn't think while I was staying in the hotel room, being over there in Mormon country. And I'm like, oh Lord, they have essential oils, you know, they can just, I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do. Okay. I question everything. Never know. They don't like me, apparently.
And she stood up and she walked out of the courtroom. We made eye contact as she did so. I was at the eye.
Yet I've shared my story so many times about how when I was in the courtroom with Lori, with everybody, the first time in Idaho, and we had a weird exchange with our eyes too, except I kind of zoned out whenever it's like we locked eyes and I just kind of zoned out and it was weird. It was very weird. And I just remember, leaving court after that because they were about to show autopsy pictures and I'd kind of seen a glimpse of I could see that they were red pajamas and it said sleep, the sleepy hero. Anyways, I saw that on accident and then I was like just trying to stay in my body. Like I was just like, okay, I can't make a scene and just jump up and leave the courtroom because then everybody's gonna turn. I'm gonna make a scene. So I threw my earbuds in my ears and I was sitting right next to Larry. And Mom wasn't there that day. And this was back in, like, again, I said Lori's trial, the first one. And as soon as, we were able to go have a break or whatever, I jumped up, put stuff in my backpack. And that's when me and Lori locked eyes. We just had a weird stare exchange. And then we just kind of broke contact or whatever. And then I went on to walk to my mom and Larry's condo. It was right around the corner. And so I got there, helped Mom unload groceries because she had just got back with that. And then she was going to start cooking. And we were unloading groceries up in the apartment. And then Mom got a text and I don't know who it was, but she was like, oh my God. And I was like, what? We had to hurry up and make it back to the courtroom because Lori all of a sudden did not want to stand trial or she didn't want to go the rest of the day. And so that's when Judge Boyce made her go. But anyway, so once we got back to the condo, I was like, oh my God, I had a weird stare exchange with her. That was weird. And then I'm like, I hope she saw all her victims in my eyes, like I hope, because I kind of zoned out whenever we locked eyes. It was weird. And I don't know. It was weird. I don't know how to explain it. And so then I remember after court that day, Lauren and her friend Gigi came too, and Mom had made spaghetti, and we were sitting around. And the documentary crew was there, and just know that not one time in any of these productions, and as much research as I have done, not one time have I ever been interviewed, questioned, even given the opportunity to share my piece, right? To share what I've learned, or at least turn it down if I want to, And I'm not comparing myself to a journalist, okay? But I am comparing myself to a tragedy pimp who, in my opinion, was doing this controlled opposition to keep me the hell away, to keep me muted, to keep me silenced, to cancel my culture, to delete my video, to stop me from figuring shit out on her, because I'm not dumb, like she said, like with her eye rolls and shit. So this is what I'm saying. Like it seems very, I'm not saying that it was just to keep me away. I'm just saying it's just one of her jobs or whatever, perceived jobs. I don't know. Don't know who she works for, but it's just interesting to me. And I'm just kind of absorbing that right now. Like, holy crap. this has been so crazy because she's so manipulative. And it really has hurt. That's all. I mean, talk about feel alone, like when you can't even like feel like you can call your mother and your dad because she's got them. I feel like she had them so snowballed, that I even tried one time. I even tried talking to my mom, and it got a little, we got a little, we have the voice where if we get excited or whatever, we're like, oh my God, yeah, we have the high pitch, and it's like, you calm down. No, you calm down. Anyways, it's just kind of like that. It didn't go like I wanted it to. And then I just kind of had to bury that down deep and I just continued being observant, watching when I could. I still watched her. I feel like I had to follow her and Nate. Like, I'm still going to hold them accountable. I'm still going to say, well, Nate's saying this, you're saying that, like I go get information from all kinds of sources. Okay. And then, cause I'm not a news media company. So, okay. But it's interesting that not that I'm nothing big. I'm just trying to share my experience. Like, I'm not expecting like, oh, why didn't they interview me? I'm just saying it. I find it odd that she's this much ingrained or enmeshed in my family and victim chasing, what it appears to be to me. But yet, and she's interviewed other people, other family members, even, so many people from Lori's side. Okay. Yet never offered one time to give me a platform to help, for people to become aware of me. Like, I can't believe there's this many people in this chat right now. And it's interesting that it's because she's not here. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I'm sure the drama has a lot to do with it. I get it. I appreciate you. However it went down, she helped me in the end, right? But it's like this whole time, she's so greedy. Even if she was in Idaho or in Arizona reporting on them live with her little sidekick, she still streamed them, even though, I didn't go. Because I couldn't go because I have, my fiance, he's had 2 strokes. He's disabled. He has health issues, pretty bad. We have 2 younger boys still at home. So, I still have to do things here and I can't afford it. Um, I'm not a jet setter anyways. I like to be at home. I like being home and in comfort, but still she would have somebody streaming and whatever. Like my mom always taught me the sun comes up for everybody every day, meaning there's an opportunity for everybody to, and but I find it so interesting. Yeah, it's just maybe because I just don't like her and it bothers me when she does things. That's probably it. But it's the same thing as like Nate Eaton having a back channel meeting the Eatons, and instead of driving views to people like me, other family members, it's interesting. That's all I'm gonna say. I know some people are gonna be like, "Oh my God, I love Nate," and I'll be like, "Okay, I respect that. I respect him for what he's done," but I also think that people are not exalted like Lori thinks she is, like Chad thought he was. Like that's what kind of got us here in the first place. So I don't put anybody on a freaking pedestal, and a lot of people do. Cognitive dissonance comes into play. You can't reason with your mind about, oh no, not my favorite celebrity. I can't imagine them doing that. Then we start making excuses for why they're acting, in bad behavior. And then it's just really fascinating to me. It really is. But anyways, but Nate did not interview me either. And he actually I mean, I heard him many times saying, "Oh, I want to interview everybody," you know. Never. I mean, I've even helped him with his phone, you know, while he's right there at a press conference filming my parents, you know. I'm like, "Oh, here, I'll help you up." Um, I'm invisible, and it's been very frustrating because it's like I'm relevant in this family too. So you don't get to just pick who you're gonna dub a victim. I don't want to be a victim first off. So that's that part. They can have all that shit. Okay? Because that's what they want anyways. They want a good little victim. And that way they can exploit. This is my experience. That way these crime cons and these uh just different organizations that people that like my parents, you know, that happened with them. And so people want to reach out to them and then have them promote their shit. You know, it's really gross. It goes way beyond that too. We're gonna have to talk about that one day when I can actually put that into freaking words because it's bizarre. It's gross. Like I've been grossed out so many times. I'm just like, oh no, that's so nasty. It's just not. It's not fame. It's not. So you're not a celebrity, and Lauren treats this like she's clout chasing, like it's celebrity, you know. What did Jay say earlier? Something about she acts like she's on E! News or something, you know, reporting live from the red carpet at a gala or something. It's just odd, and it just is very voyeuristic to me. That's what I get, and it kind of goes hand in hand with a little bit of like sadism. I don't know. I don't know how to explain that. Let me shut up.
Summer, I don't get copyrighted because I practice fair use.
Yeah, me.
YouTube was founded on reviews and fair use.
Yeah.
I'm not copywriting her material. I'm not using it straight out.
And I could tell it was because of
Hit the like button.
what Lori was saying. And I sensed this was a statement from Nancy Jo, and I believe it was. I have not confirmed this with her, but then when Lori...
I'm going to answer that question right there from Madison from earlier. Did you send her a super chat for this? No, I was inside. And no. I would have been streaming it too, you know, and she would have too. And so would everybody else. But, you know, hey, I get it. But it's just her. I don't know. She's been in my area way too long, you know. Just I needed her to go. I'm glad she did this, her own public stoning, I guess. I don't know. She like took herself down. It's interesting.
Finished and concluded, she walked back in and she took a seat.
Okay. What
During Lori's statement, Kay Woodcock looked aghast, rolling her eyes at times, as did Kresha.
How did you see her eyes? You were way in the back of the damn courtroom and she was way in the front. I could see the side of her, like where my family was sitting, where we were sitting in the jury box. You were way in the back, girl. I know all you saw was hair. It wasn't on a big screen.
When Lori was discussing prison time and what that looked like and jail time, Todd Trantham looked like, what'd you expect?
You can't even say his damn last name. Todd Tran. It's Todd Trahan, girl.
She befriended Nancy Jo and made merch out of her Don't Flatter Yourself. Ew.
Yes. She like corners the damn market on everything. And everybody's like, oh, and I'm like, wow, okay. She is greedy. Trauma. I already forgot the word. Trauma pimp. What is it? Trauma pimp.
Ooh.
Tragedy whore. I don't know. Tragedy pimp. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it's like behind bars, Lori.
So y'all think her cough is fake or whatever? I'm interested. I want to know. I want to know how it goes.
Vicky Hoban and her wife and her husband Jim are in.
And Kresha shouldn't have been struck either.
No.
In the courtroom.
And like just now, like when she said Vicky and Jim, and I'm like, I'm family on the opposite side, and I don't I don't know Vicky's husband's name. It's just interesting.
As is Julie Brooks, Vicky's daughter, who knew all of the victims well.
Name dropper.
She is also there.
This is the same thing that they do in church. Straight up. This is what Nancy James, Mike James were doing. All of them. They all do this.
So many people there. Janine Hansen. Oh, here's Rex Connor. He was in there. Summer Shiflett was in the courtroom.
Speaking of exploiters.
Thank you, Pistol Amy. Welcome, Michelle, to Cooterville.
And Cooterville number 2. Just being.
There's Rex, Lori's uncle. Megan Connor, also in the courtroom. That's right there. That's Tosh, a juror we have interviewed, wearing a hidden true crime
See, when you're
sweatshirt,
zooming in like this is no.
Oh my God. What?
Bonqui, back it up, girl. I mean, she's zooming
already
in.
Interviewed jurors before she was even sentenced.
Mm.
And she's, oh my God, I cannot with you. I cannot. Why don't you just put everybody on blast, dum-dum?
A juror we have interviewed, wearing a hidden true crime nonchalant sweatshirt, actually.
Well, goody fucking gumdrops. Look, there's Joe.
Many people here today to see this sentencing, which could be the final sentencing. The last time we hear from Lori Deal in a long time. But Brianna will be having an interview with her.
Of course.
When is
before I could even make it back to Lake Charles or to Louisiana, leaving Phoenix, going back home after the sentencing, I watched a freaking interview she did of Nancy Jo, and I was like, well, I mean, which I was glad because I learned some things from it too. Nancy, and I mean, this is according to Nancy Jo, she said that my uncle also suspected Lori of killing Joe, and I thought that was rather fucking fascinating.
Brianna's interview? Oh, it came out last night. It's already been out. So yeah, this she'll come on Monday. So she'll come on our show Monday, but this could be the very, very last time we ever hear from Lori in a very long time.
Oh no, you'll be right there. You'll be writing her.
And as Judge Bresky stated, while she has been requesting several interviews.
And why has Lauren not scored that interview? Which is another interesting part of this kink, whatever the hell we're watching right now. It's like everybody else got to interview Lori, even people. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know I didn't even know. And Lauren has not, it's just controlled opposition, y'all.
And her love of TV, as Judge Bresky stated it, he said, you will soon, be having fewer of these and kind of, I can't remember the verb used, but into obscurity. Fade, and that was the word, fade. She will fade into obscurity yes, and spend her life behind bars.
I did not, Samantha.
He corrected her on some scriptures. I like that. He said,
he corrected her on some stats too. Come on.
Being that prisoners go free doesn't mean you're going to go free, Lori. It means that once you die, you will be free. But you will spend your entire life behind bars.
She's now jacking the I feel like this, like she's, I don't know. It's like they reword it and act like they reinvent it and
fade away into obscurity.
Fade away.
Melanie Vallow and Jerry Vallow are here. Jerry Vallow is
it's like you're now, Lauren.
Excuse me, brother-in-law, but was Charles's dear younger brother.
His dear younger brother.
Susan Vallow and Larry Woodcock gave their victim.
Oh my God, it's like she naming my family, and it just is so aggravating. Okay, sorry. I'm having a reaction to this.
Text statements via Zoom, as did Colby Ryan, who is sick and has been hospitalized. Here we go. Rex is here.
Oh my God. Another. Look at him standing there. Anyways. You're Lori's uncle and Alex's uncle and Summer's uncle. You are Janice's brother. You're Barry Cox is your brother-in-law. Adam. That's your family.
Great coverage, Lauren. Great filming. I'm going to skip past this.
Thank you.
I mean, she couldn't even stand up. The fuck?
Nope. She can zoom in, though.
Who's that? Look at, there's Joe Schmo.
Oh, that's the other guy that works at
He's got his camera set up over there on the tripod or something.
Yeah.
There's Joe Schmo, and I don't know who that other guy. That's the guy with the hair flip. That's the guy with the hair flip.
Oh, and then there's Erica, whatever her name is.
Like
I'm
Lori was once again a bit defiant. So just
acting like I'm talking to Jay.
Well, I've adopted my youngest daughter's.
I was actually over, I guess, over where Joe was, but a little off to the back, I guess.
Philosophy here.
With Trace.
My youngest daughter was Lori's nanny, or Tidy and JJ's nanny.
Yeah, yeah.
And when I asked her about, following the case.
Okay, we're gonna skip him, and then we're gonna just go back to her. He's almost done.
Yeah, now it's his uncle also, and I recognize there's resemblance.
And right after this, he announces while we're still in Phoenix that him and Adam announced that they are going to stop doing their YouTube lives, allegedly, and that they were going to start. They had been working on basically, I have Speechify. It's an app that I go to that it clones your voice, or you can use voices that already come with it. It's AI. That's all it is. Again, it's not an invention. There's no new idea. Okay. And they had cloned Alex's voice. I did that with Chad for his prison letters. Okay. So this is not, anyways. So what they did was they were going to create this docu-series or something. This is where we're going with all this. Okay. And this is, just not even made it home yet. Okay. Hadn't even rested that day after the sentencing in July 2025. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna name this. It's named something like interviews with dead killers or something like that. Conversations with a dead killer, and Alex being one of them. And I was like, what? Like, I had a visceral reaction. Like, did y'all not think about this side, and not just that you miss your killer, like, nephew and killer brother? And so then I'm supposed to run across this, or my kids, or my parents, or any of my family members. We're going to run across your resurrection of Alex and have a conversation with him. And then not only that, they played a sound bite or whatever, a little snippet of it. And it was Alex apologizing and saying he would have done things different, and that he's in hell. And, anyways, he was real sympathetic. He was regretful, remorseful. It was disgusting. And I was like, what in the fuck is going on here? Like, this is so wrong on so many different planets. It's not even funny. And I have not heard or seen anything since then. So this is not a challenge. It doesn't mean, come forward or anything, but I hope they ditch that. And I would have a whole newfound respect if they did for them. Okay. They could maybe redeem a little bit in my eyes. And I'm not the know-all be-all. I'm not better than anybody else in this predicament, but that just seemed really tone deaf and selfish. I keep it in the family over there, necromancy type stuff. It's weird. It was really weird. My whole community was like, no, no. Anyways, let's go.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Joe is holding Lauren's purse.
Many of you asking about Summer. Rex Connor did just state that he was surprised that Summer Shiflett, that's Lori's sister, showed up.
Yeah, she attacks her nose all the time too. I know. People are gonna be like, why aren't you picking on her? And I'll be like, cause it's cathartic. Okay. That's why.
This is the first sentencing she's attended, and she typically does not attend court, and he complimented her.
She didn't even show up for her niece, okay, to be her advocate, but she showed up for Nate Eaton's interview.
On showing up, and admires her for doing that. And she did sit there throughout the whole thing. And I want you to know that as Lori was walking out, Lori did not look back. We stared at Lori's back of the head. Sometimes we saw the side of her head, but Lori...
No, she was rolling around. Mom was facing the same way. And so you saw her back too, really. You just made up this eye rolling thing.
Did not turn back towards the gallery. But as she was leaving, she did look at Summer. And Summer sat very close to Lori, as close as she possibly could have been, on the front row to the left. And Lori did turn around and look at her and nod as they walked out.
Oh, wow.
Asking about Colby, too. Colby, as we know, has been hospitalized now twice.
I call her Lori Vallow because that's what it was. Okay. But I mean, it's not, she's trashed the name, right? But it doesn't mean that she like owns it. You know what I'm saying? Love always. And I don't like how, what's his name? Duty Ron. He never supported my channel or me. I'm just letting you know my experience is different from others. Um, and he would say shallow vallow, and I was like, yeah, let's not start that though, because that's like making fun of the name on top of everything else. And I understand it rhymes, I get it, but maybe not that. I don't know.
Mini stroke,
I'm just
meningitis. These are very, very
very
scary things.
honest.
I was not sure.
I
Oh,
shouldn't be
Rex is back.
But
very open.
we are so grateful to
Oh
y'all in
Lord.
the media for covering the story for years, covering.
Colby was able to give a victim impact statement from virtually, despite him even living near the courthouse. He was not able to come in person, and it was
Right, he was in a
heartbreaking where he
hospital.
talked about losing his entire family,
Jesus.
his father, his sister, his brother,
Mhm.
and almost.
She's trying to get y'all to feel sorry for her by saying how it is for the victims. This is what they do.
Losing Brandon, who he is now very, very close to and starting a media company with.
Parawoman, you popped up in my algorithm, girl. I was listening to some of your shit last night.
Another thing.
Oh, yeah. Another thing. Colby Ryan was on Banfield last night. So now we're getting victims of crimes take on active cases. Did you guys see that?
I have a theory on that because I'm nobody's asking me, right? But I'm just saying, like, I see a lot of these newscasters, these stations, they're exploiting people like who end up in this situation who are tragedy pimps as well. And they exploit them. They exploit our families, and because it's like it makes them relevant or something, or they get to hash up all the old shit, and expert? No, they don't need to be, nobody needs to be an expert. But I noticed Ashley Banfield's language with Colby in that interview was, how do you feel? And she used a lot of the feel. So that doesn't, to me, that says right there that she doesn't think he's an expert. But, just because of the language she used, just feel doesn't mean, I suspect, or, my opinion or anything like that. Anyways, that was just my initial take, but he looked like he did not feel good or something. I don't know.
Wanted to
Or
bring
he
up
was
as Larry
mad
talked about.
for a
He
long
said
night,
something.
probably worried about, what's this woman here gonna do? There's text messages of allegedly floating out there. Meanwhile, I mean, this bothers some people. It don't bother me. I mean, it bothers me that she did it and she's a cunty cunt. I'm sorry I said it. She's being, it's a fear tactic, and I don't, she'd have to do, so much shit has happened. It's like, come at me. It's like, you can't hurt me. I don't know. Crazy.
Thing that Larry's was powerful. He spoke right to Lori, and on Zoom, and then Larry was followed by Susan Vallow. Susan Vallow was able to speak via Zoom as well. They were together.
Right. That's the whole point of them staying home, being on Zoom together, and God, and plus they're showing up for court. How would you know? It's
in Louisiana, and they were able to both
I'm
share.
being
It was really weird.
Brother and
It is.
Larry's brother-in-law. So something that Larry mentioned
thanks for the family tree
was that he said,
genealogy.com.
you tried to kill me, Lori, once. And
Oh, yeah, this right here, this is interesting. Backstory. Okay. Factoid. Well, I mean, a long time ago, right? This happened to Larry, and Larry reminded me, and it was me, mom, and him, and he reminded, I'd never heard of it, but this was like way before she knew, okay? Way before they interviewed them. And so mom and Larry, they told me the story about how Larry thought he was poisoned. Maybe Lori poisoned him and he, had to puke in the hat. And anyways, and mom, they were just like, don't mention anything right now. And I don't ever mention anything. Okay. I'm pretty much a vault. That's not how I am, like I don't go around telling other people's business because it ain't my place, and then that makes me not credible. That makes me not trustworthy. You know? So it's interesting because when they did go to John and Lauren's for that interview that she struck me on last night, she shared it in there. She shared it, you know, and I'm just like, you heard it here first, right? I mean, it's just these things where I had to sit on information while she gets to break it. Not that I'm competing. I'm not competing with her. It's just she's taking everything. And then owning it, and making it her content. She's, I don't know, exploiting it. Anyways, I might have to get a palate cleanser or something real quick.
Excuse me. What Larry is referring to when he states you were trying to kill me was a story that he told us with Kay. Only actually us, John and me.
Just
where
us.
he believes
her.
that Lori tried to poison him with fruit salad and felt like he was going to die on an airplane afterwards and was sick for days.
Thank you. Oh shit.
And had always
I
felt
was like, oh damn,
Lori
going down.
attempted to poison him. And I believe him. I think
Oh, well,
we've
good.
seen
'Cause we
evidence
don't
that is
believe
something.
you anymore. It's just weird how the tables turn. I believe him. I mean, it's like we need to go check all her credentials, okay, and all her sources on her reporting, because I don't believe this woman has ever been credible, because she definitely has shown she blew the lid off of that. Like, she exposed herself in my eyes. I was like, whoa, her mask, it's gone. Like, it just fell off, you know, and then her cheeks are right there holding it up. I have big cheeks. I was born like this. But anyways, you know, ew, Mac arches.
That Lori does is poison people and drug them without their knowledge. We know that also that she did that with Charles Vallow. She did with JJ. There is actually a Munchausen by proxy diagnosis in the family history charts.
Where? I've never heard that part in the history charts. Whose?
By proxy diagnosis in the family history charts.
What?
That sounds like some insider information.
In the Cox family.
When it comes to the stepsons, or excuse me,
I'll turn on Banfield.
No, Charles' son, Lori's stepsons.
Oh, that's not a diagnosis, dork. That's okay. I mean, there's been accusations, right? So my cousins, they went back to their, my Aunt Cheryl's, their moms, and said that Lori and Charles, okay, were giving them green pills like the NyQuil or just things to make them go to sleep. But she made it sound, to me, I was like, whoa, I'm thinking like, I don't know. I made it more complex, maybe. She made it sound like it was all legit though, and it just wasn't allegations from prior that we all have read. Most of us that have followed this case, especially from the beginning, you know what I'm talking about.
In the Cox family.
And she made it sound like she's dropping the tea. You know what I'm saying? Like she like repackages it just slightly different, and then it becomes her content. Her idea.
When it comes to the stepsons, or excuse me,
I'll turn on Banfield.
Charles' son, Lori's stepsons.
Not
to JJ and Tyler, but there is a lot of evidence that Lori would give people medication.
No, there's no evidence. There's accusations.
That they did not need and without their
Munchausens.
Yeah, mooch.
Again, I'm sorry. No, you're good. I'm kind of skewed in here. It's okay. And you need canopy. Everyone needs some canopy.
Yeah. You need the hot mic.
Megan was just over here for a quick second. I also saw the juror Victoria, who was also here.
Leave the jurors alone.
That are coming here, that I would like to talk to. Did you see anybody else? I was
no one
grab
wants
Megan
to talk
for a
to
quick
you.
second.
Nobody likes you.
He's done.
Kay Woodcock at one moment tried to turn the mic towards Lori, which I felt was completely appropriate because although Larry was on Zoom.
She didn't. She tried turning the computer. You can go watch it on the TV, on the news. You'll have the same angle that she did. Okay, same angle. Nothing new.
Or virtual. He spoke. It seemed directly to Lori, and I think that all Kay was trying to do was that same thing.
It was
requested not to turn and look at Lori, but to look towards the judge more so. But at the end of her statement,
I thought that said proxy sperm. I'm sorry, I did. I thought that said proxy sperm real quick.
it was heart-wrenching. She turned to
How's it
Lori
heart-wrenching?
and she yelled loudly and said, "I trusted you."
And then it's going to happen to you too. She trusted you. I never did, but she trusted you. I just wish whatever is out there would come out, and that way it's like I feel like it's for whom it bothers, you know. Like it really doesn't bother me. It bothers me that it happened, but I mean, I know she's trashy in this sense, you know. She's proven herself to be exactly who the hell I thought she was, and then had tried to dismiss that and find something wrong with myself. You know, like it must be me because I mean, obviously it's been like 6 years now. And I mean, she's still just buddy with everybody, you know, and I'm just like, well, what the fuck? So now that her platform was monstrous, you know, I mean, it's all about networking, right? I don't want to burn bridges. Now I don't give a shit because it's like she built that platform off of her work and John's work, mostly John's, I would say. But it was built on the foundation of my family's murders, my family's pain, all the name dropping, all the victim picking, all obviously victim shaming, blaming, stabbing in the back, allegedly, according to your own words, her own words. Just waiting on that to come out. I just don't want her to have anything held over anybody's head. Because it's I mean, some people may be worried. I don't know, you know? I'm not everybody, I'm just speaking for myself. So, it's interesting, and I mean, where are these texts coming from? Where wouldn't they be in her phone, and then wouldn't Grayson have found said text in her phone too? Or does Lauren have a side phone? Does she have a burner phone? I mean, what I don't understand. I have never deleted one conversation or text message from my phone since this case happened. Like I refuse to because I'm like, I'll never know if I'm going to have to dig something up, you know? And you do a key search, you know, and you find things a little faster, except when I'm live, I can't find shit. But it just seems weird that only Christina, and that's at least my take. It sounds like that's why I feel like that's why Lauren dropped her injunction or whatever, was to be like, you're not gonna be able to say your side. You're not gonna be able to spill those texts. She went in, like, did a mission and just dropped it, you know, just in time. To, I believe, frame Christina. I really do. I believe she framed her and is framing her and will die on that hill. She don't think she did anything wrong. She's waiting on somebody to tell her she did something wrong. Lauren, you are so wrong. You don't know your ass from a hole in the wall.
You're so dramatic.
Because they've often talked about
God
the
and
grief
fake.
that is in us, and the anger that grief can
I feel bad for her.
the sadness, and how tragedy affects
Here we
everyone.
go.
Later during a bathroom break before
Oh,
hearing from the
Lord.
judge, the bailiff actually asked me. He said, "We heard that there was some yelling," and I said, "Yeah." Just one line, there was. And
411.
their hearts broke for the people in there giving victim impact statements.
Correct. That's what you do at sentencing.
Somebody said they wanted to see what she looked like before. Let's take a little palate cleanser.
Thank you.
Attorney General Mark Shurtleff has been.
Here is Lauren when she was a reporter. We're going to do a whole stream.
His nephews.
We're going to do a whole stream on this, but I just wanted to show you what she used to look like. Can't remember who asked.
We don't know what started the fire back here in this duplex behind me, but we do.
We didn't start the fire.
So she had a website, laurenrjohnson.com at one point.
Thanks for doing.
And it says reporter, anchor, Lauren Johnson Henderson, resume reel, 2013.
We don't know what started the fire back here in this duplex behind me, but we do know that it started in the kitchen. This used to be a stop sign. It's where the officer's truck and the suspect's car hit. Because officers have to constantly. It's where the officer's truck and the suspect's car hit.
Was she wearing a prairie dress?
Constantly
She was. She's wearing a prairie dress. You know, like the FLDS dress. I understand that's the area she's in, but got the poofy sleeves. She still sometimes does that, but not so much a dress. It's just interesting. I'm just saying, I need to see the rest of that dress, ma'am.
She looks
It's
like a
where the
different
officer's
person.
truck and the suspect's car hit.
Literally, that is her in 2013.
That's.
She looks like Julia Roberts. She was so pretty. She looks like a blonde Julia Roberts.
Yeah, she don't look like her face is melting. Like Lori.
This is her. No, wait, hold on.
Utah, stop with the damn fillers and Botox.
Cresha.
No.
Oh, we'll get back to Cresha in a second. Did she film Cresha? So there's now. That's in 2013. Now, 2013.
Hit.
Officers have to constantly be moving.
Let's go. Watch this bitch. Watch this bitch go through and kick a door down with an AK.
like
Watch
these,
this.
that's why.
Watch this shit.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, I got a dress on. Okay.
Y'all, we're going to do a whole fucking stream on her old reporting things.
Constantly be moving.
Watch.
Let's go. Go, girl. Lambo.
Oh, fuck.
I just
It's some
like
funny
Pat
shit.
David kicking angels, man.
Here's another one. This is her.
Oh, she's Illuminati signing right
Students'
there.
belongings. It was quite the process today and could have lasting effects.
Today, family called on David's friends to help stop bullies.
Whoa. To stop bullies? Oh my God, he should have went and got you, girl. You should have went in on that one.
Called on David's friends to help stop bullies.
Huh.
He just didn't deserve to go like this. When doing something, think it's okay about buying gifts for his nieces and nephews.
Oh, these are her reports. Okay. Here she is again.
Pay it forward, but
literally, this is her.
this Christmas season, people are paying it forward 26 times.
Paying It Forward is a LDS church organization that donates to the, they're almost $1 trillion, and they only donate and help feed the hungry and homeless and all that stuff with a small percentage of it, and Pay It Forward is one of them, one of theirs. Allegedly.
She doesn't even look like the same person.
Nope. Nope. She had a forehead.
I mean, I don't even think this is the same person. Like, I mean, if it wasn't for the voice, I would have never believed that this turned into that.
No. Yeah, I didn't get to see all
Isn't
this.
that wild?
Listening.
Right here. I mean, look how pretty she was.
Yeah.
It's
But
so wild how people do
did
that
her
to them.
did her inside ever match? Were her insides ever pretty? Was she pretty on the inside? Or did that change? And if so, when did it change? I know it's changed drastically in the past. Like I'm concerned for her too, because it's just she's not there. It's kind of like what happened to Lori. Did she get MK'd too? She Tom Harrison, the guy who wrote Visions of Glory, who also met with Tim Ballard and gave him ketamine treatments. And I fed the transcript of the therapy session with Tim Ballard and Tom Harrison into my chat GPT. And I asked it because it really sounded reminiscent of my research. I've been learning more about MK Ultra, because I was so intimidated by it, because I was like, what? That don't freaking happen. And then now I'm like, holy shit, they've got it down to a science. I mean, like, it's well oiled. And anyways, I'll save my theories for another day. But and so Chad Daybell was also meeting with Tom Harrison. I'm saying this because this was right before the murders. Like, this was right before, they went into serial killer mode. And so why would, Jay, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm going to say it anyways. Remember how Carl Danger, you had him on and y'all did the timelines a long time ago? And I remember, because I have it written down right here on a piece of paper that I wrote on, and I put St. George Portal Guy. These are my notes from y'all's stream. Carl Danger and you. St. George Portal Guy, and then Indian. 75 years old. What does this say? Oh, nice home. Portal in his basement. Taught people how to portal. Teach me how to Dougie. Astral traveling. So basically it's remote viewing. Okay. And just, we're going to have a serious conversation on that pretty soon. More serious, because I know we all chuckle and laugh at Chad and them. They would call this portaling. Lori called it her gifts. And she said that my uncle was blocking her so-called gifts. Okay. So if you take away the word, just the slang word portal, and you exchange that for what was really happening, and it was astral traveling. I'm sorry, it was a remote viewing. And there's several other people who are doing this same practice or whatever in this group. Then it makes it more relevant. You understand? So, I mean, if Tom Harrison was he's a retired child sex abuse therapist who apparently had or has relationships, friendships with all the brethren and all the top dudes in the church. Okay. And so that's just more like 1 degree, of separation between the church and Chad and Lori and Tim and Julie and Jody and Ruby. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know if y'all are all ready for that. I know my regular people, and I mean, I hope y'all do stay interested. I'll try to. I'm tired, so I'm just stuttering. Apologize for that, but and then in that same timeline that you had, Jay, of Carl Danger, y'all also talked about Melanie Boudreaux allegedly donating. Let's see, it's right here. It's my notes, my scratch, my chicken scratch, and it's something about Melanie Boudreaux allegedly donating like $6,000 or $8,000 to Operation Underground Railroad at a gala or something like that in Hawaii when she was there. When Tammy was murdered, the weekend Tammy was murdered. And I've been looking for that this whole time. I'm like, okay, well, here's Tim Ballard. Where does it connect? And how, I've not seen anything in Hawaii yet. I mean, I have my suspicions, but it really, it was like the Kool-Aid man going, oh yeah, busting through the wall at Chad Daybell's trial when Joseph Murray, which is Chad Daybell's son-in-law, and then Emma Murray, which is his daughter, the one that's publishing his letters and his little website and stuff. And they got on the stand, and we always thought this whole time that Tammy Daybell was training for this 5K race, right? Well, I think they just let us run with that. It was just false information because I have pictures. I've found pictures and everything. Let me back up. So Chad Daybell's Spring Creek Book Company sponsored Tim Ballard's OUR Rescue Rexburg run. That's a whole lot of shit to say. And it was the same weekend that Tylee was murdered. This is important. And I need more eyes on this because there's something there. We don't have a lot of the coordinates or the ping locations, or we don't have a lot of information around Tylee's murder. Not as much as I thought. I'm not at all satisfied or near there. I'm not even near satisfied with what we ended up with Tylee for sure. We got more with JJ, but we don't even know how Tylee died. So it's like her body was not even intact or altogether. Like it's still not, like even though her remains went to her brother, it's like she's not even all together, even if she was, handled the way she was. So it bothers me. It bothers me. It just does. There's too many questions, and what I'm just supposed to assume that all of a sudden, they leave a Yellowstone National Park and then they stop a few places and then you're telling me that happened in an apartment? I don't effing think so. Yes, I know they use tarps. This is a thing with these people. That's what they do. The cartel uses them too. It's less cleanup, but not in that apartment. You cannot convince me that that girl was murdered in that apartment. Sorry. No. But anyways, so it's just interesting because that could mean that if true, if Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski did donate money to Operation Underground Railroad the weekend, September 7th, 2019, the weekend that Tylee Ryan was murdered, then I'd already done research into this and how it appeared that Operation Underground Railroad organization, Mike and Nancy James organizations like Preparing a People, Latter-day Media, Firm Expo, these kind of things, they're just front organizations. And I arrived at that a long time ago. But it makes more sense, you know. So if OUR was in town the weekend that Tylee was murdered, but yet we don't have a roster, okay? I mean, I do have a list of runners, their finish times, when they ran and things like that, but Chad and Lori weren't there. And I know they say Tylee was dealt with somewhere on September 8th or September 9th, but we don't know. We don't even know what day she was murdered on. We don't know what day JJ was murdered on. JJ had a little tiny bit of GHB in the system, although, you know, the ME couldn't really tell if it was like natural or what. I don't know. I'd have to go revisit that. And I think Mom has a copy of his autopsy, but you know, it's a lot. And there's just a lot of questions. There's so many questions. I think there were way more participants in both the kids' murders, each murder. That's just me. I think Melanie Gibb was actually there. And I don't have it right now to share with you, but I mean, I remember finding something to support that idea. But anyways, what I'm saying here is like this, to me, when I got to thinking about it, was this a setup right here to try and obtain some kind of hot mic moment like they did, like she did, like she claimed she did. And all it is just some little gossip girls going back and forth, some little bitchy girls, some little privileged, two women or two ladies, you know, just going back and forth, basically saying, I got a victim and you didn't, you know, like I'm closer to Summer and you can't. And so anyway, it's just odd and weird and a little gross. So what do we do with that? Was Joe put up? I mean, I don't know if this actually happened. I'm just saying what it seems like now that I'm looking back. You know, was he put up to maybe have a hot mic moment? Was it even him at all? Was it her? Lauren? You know, was it Grayson? Was it accident? Was it intentional? I'm kind of leaning more towards intentional for me, in my opinion, from all this, just the way it is kind of panning out. And then was Joe asked to catch Christina on film on his camera phone September 5th at CrimeCon whenever they moved three times to get closer to Christina. I don't know. I don't know. It's just interesting. It bothers me too, because if they weren't involved, like if they weren't knowingly involved, then I mean, that just makes it even worse, you know? If they don't even know they were played, it's gross. And it just says so much more. If that's true, it says much more to Lauren's, whatever, her MO. I don't know. But anyways, all right. I'm sorry. I'm just rambling now. But I don't even know what else. I don't even know. I've done talked myself into a circle. Let me do this. Did I even finish that? All right, I'm just trying to catch my thoughts. I think I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. I'm a little tired. I know when to go lay down. Lauren just keeps pushing and pushing. But I'm telling you, are y'all learning new things? No, I've not spoken to Christy. I've never met her. I don't even know who she is. Somebody posted in a chat in the live stream last night that Christina had made a new post or something, and I'm not very fast on my computer, on my desktop, but I'm faster on my phone. And yeah, so it would take me forever to sit here and look it up. I don't even know what it's under. That's how much I don't visit other platforms, but yeah, I don't know her. I just know that it seems how it looks to me, it looks like it's all just staged and just meant to demonize this girl for what? I don't know. Like a scapegoat, or like she didn't like her, so she's just gonna I'm just trying to figure out the motives, you know? Um, what does it look like to y'all? Does it oh, wow. Oh, okay. ERFLA, homicide. Oh, I missed it. Let me go to it. Homicide survivors all deal with tragedy differently and in their own time. It is no one's business how and how long they grieve. It's a process over and over again. No, I didn't get to talk to him yet. I have to email him. I'm not a very, I'm just so do, just kind of move at my own little pace, and it's usually not fast. So I'm always kind of taking everything in. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. A lot of people don't quite and right now I'm not really making too much sense. I feel like I'm just talking in a circle, but I just say allegedly, and I say it a lot though. That'll get on your nerves. It gets on my nerves, but I don't want to get myself in a pickle, especially not with these kind of people. I wouldn't do that to anybody, not on purpose. Not like my stalker, like no, that's wild. But I'm glad, and I hope you feel comfortable here and you have your own thoughts, okay? Share them just within, YouTube reason. I don't like to cancel people. I don't like to silence them. I don't know, there's maybe about 5 or 8 people, I don't know, not very many people that have been kicked off this channel or timed out or whatever. Don't do it. Yeah, it's just today. And she was triggering too. So look, made my ears red and all kinds of stuff. I look like her now. Just all compared to 2013 is what I'm saying. I don't look like her, but so you think so, Star Dante? Seems like Lauren is trying to appropriate your life. She thinks she is a victim. I know. She's a what do you call that? Well, y'all are probably saying all kinds of names right now. Like a hijacker, or there's another word. Anyways. But yeah, there's so many more connections. And actually, I don't know if Nonsense is still here, but if you are Nonsense, share your live stream from yesterday, because it was so helpful to me. She built on my live stream that got taken down with Mom and Awen that came on, right? And then it got taken down, but she caught on, like we it's like this specific niche. I'm like, what do you call, I'm not going to say these are skills. It's so weird. I feel like I watch Mormon and listen to Mormon podcasts, ex-Mormon, Mormon, whatever. And then it's just so unique and specific. I don't know. And then I never really got into the politics side of it because I'm not political, but this leads me right into it because of Tim Ballard and his antics. And then I don't know, I learned from her, and then, she kind of built off of me, and that's good. That's why I need that. I need this because I feel like I've just been going in this circular, doing the same thing over and over again. We make connections, but I feel like so many were made. We talked about, I want you to look into the seven mountains mandate. And it's this movement that I'm like Chad's movement, Lori's movement, the same people, Jody, Ruby, these bad Mormons that have, or bad actors, I'll say, that have, made the news headlines and bent our curiosity, right? We're like, what are we looking at right now? Well, I suspect that it's just like, and I'm going to sound crazy, or I don't know. It sounded crazy to me when I first heard it or started, researching into these things, but it's true, or I wouldn't be there. It's like end time programming. I'm just going to say end time programming and one world religion. I know, right? Oldest conspiracy ever. My aunt's murders uncovered like the oldest global conspiracy ever. And yes, they're part of it. When she told my uncle that she was a god, that she was a leader of the 144,000, that she was going to lead them into the new millennium, to the new Zion. The new Zion is the new world order. Okay, it's not, she didn't, yeah, that's, everything's inverted over here where I look. And yes, Charlie Kirk, this goes into that because, I mean, UVU is where Tom Harrison, the same guy that, oh, I didn't finish that. Thank you for bringing that up. So this is Visions of Glory. This was on Lori and Chad's person, probably about 5 times throughout the investigation. Okay. And then she even ordered her a copy for prison in Arizona when she was there awaiting trial, jail, whatever. When she was extradited after she was convicted in Idaho, she went there, ordered her another copy. Okay. And I'm like, what the F is in here? But I mean, I have my suspicions. I do. I really think that maybe Tom Harrison could have given them a false memory of a near-death experience. Do you see what I'm kind of saying? How this could go? Robbie, did it just click for you? Or what? Are you just trying to entertain me? I appreciate either one. But it's basically and how the church has been and I say the church, I'm talking about the Mormon church because that's where I'm at with all their stuff. I believe, like, if Lauren is controlled opposition, I believe Nate Eaton is also, because, and maybe not on purpose, so don't come at me. I'm just saying, maybe, I know it is on Facebook. Thank you. Yep. She didn't attack the one on Facebook. And I still have it on StreamYard too. It's long, but hey, YouTube, bad actors. So, and how the church has been slowly, gradually just kind of gearing up, removing Moroni, the angel, on top of their temples. They've never used crosses. They're kind of think they think that's blasphemous if you kind of sport that around. And I'm like, what? Very inverted. From me, at least. I don't know. Could not be to anybody else, but so they've been slowly taking down Moroni's. They've been slowly putting crosses on their churches on Google Maps. You're like, what the hell is that? And so you just kind of notice these things going on at the same time. And so digging into and learning the deep details of Tim Ballard's book, The American Covenant, or Chad Daybell's speech that's on Lauren's channel. Of course, she's had a source for that one, the St. George one, when Lori met Chad, or allegedly, when Lori and Chad allegedly met, and ever since they started planning murders right away. It was orchestrated, y'all. I'm not saying they're guilty, but there's some more stuff going on. Okay. And that's why they are acting the way they are. And it kind of looks like Lauren might be catching the bug. I don't know how else to say that any nicer or any more cryptic. And I know it sounds so crazy, but I don't quite understand what mind control looks like on that level. I don't know how easy it is. I know they use language and trigger words and things like that can just create whatever. Maybe somebody shooting up a church, these things are kind of happening. You just got to look past the front. You have to just peel back the layers, and then you're like, oh damn. You know, at least that's been my experience. But I mean, it's been going on for a long time. Oh, and it also ties back to I think, and I haven't like connected them, you know, myself, but I'm heading that direction. But anybody who's looking into the 7 mountain mandates, on Mormonish, the channel Mormonish, they shared, what's it called? It's either the 1988 Family Manifesto or the 1985 Family Manifesto. It's one of the two. If you go watch their video on it, and then Jerry Falwell comes into it, and I was like, what? There you go. And then it makes me think back to whenever the first presidency, which in the Mormon church, that's the top 3 dudes. There's the prophet, who's a living prophet who receives revelation today, speaks from God's mouth, God's lips to, you know, the members' ears. Just pay the 10%. Anyways, so when they went to Rome and they were building a whole temple over there, and I've got pictures, I've got photo ops they took together, had dinner together and stuff with the Pope. And I'm like, come on now. Whenever Bruce R. McConkie used to talk about, teach about, they used to teach that the Catholic Church was the great whore of Babylon. Okay. But yet they're in bed with them. So it just kind of makes you wonder things and ask questions like, why? I mean, I would think that they would be friends anyways, but then, and they really are. They are. You know, I picture them after their little dinner where they did the photo op. They're like strippers come out and they're like, what? You know, they're like popping bottles and stuff and going to freak offs. I don't know. Allegedly, I don't know. I don't put my stock in any of them, Kimberly. I try not to. And anybody who platforms Tim, Glenn Beck. Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, it's so much in my head. Now you know why my mom was like, what? I know that Tim used to speak on at TPUSA events or whatever. And then whenever he started, the women came forward and, you know, made all the allegations like this. This is very important. The anti-traffickers, this is quote, the anti-traffickers are the traffickers, unquote. That's pretty poignant and pretty, I mean, cut and dry, right? So Tim Ballard, that's alleged from these women who say that Tim Ballard used the same pickup line. They say this when they would go on ops with Tim, that they were married before in a past life. And that's very important because it's very unique and specific to the situation, to this case, to these people, to this movement, I'll say. They all think they've kind of lived these past lives and they have these past life identities. David Hamblin, even, it's all kinds of old crazy Mormon allegations that never are taken to court, you know, a lot of these people. But Lauren lived in the same ward as Tom Harrison and Elizabeth Smart and Brenda and Dick Miles. If you know, you know. That's President Russell Nelson. He just died. I get so confused with all their damn names, y'all. President Nelson just died right around the time that Charlie Kirk was Valhalla. I don't know what to say. Shit, I just remembered something. Hold on. This is how I work. I'm sorry. I'm not just, you know, I'm not polished, so know that, but we can solve some problems here. I promise. I just need interest and ideas. I need you to share your ideas too. This is a community effort, and we're not getting out of this by ourselves. Okay. We're not getting out of this. I'm sorry. We're not getting out of this alive, and it's information and we all need it. So we got to share it. It's collective. It's free. Let's do it. You know? Okay, go to my photos. Keep your train of thought, girl. Okay, let me type in my keyword search real quick. And so Frank Vandersloot is behind the financials on, he finances or is one of the financiers or a major financer of TPUSA, which Glenn Beck is going to be speaking at. So is Senator Mike Lee. I'm sorry, Utah Senator, or no, U.S. Senator Mike Lee. Andy Biggs is another senator. Nonsense, you'll know who that is. And actually, let me pull the damn pictures up. This is going to drive me nuts. Let me pull this up and blow y'all's mind. Allegedly. Oh, let me fix my aspect while I'm waiting on that to come up because it takes forever. Dun, 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 dun. I'm sorry. My Google Photos for some reason likes to take multiple copies of things. So whatever. All right. I'm just going to share this. I mean, not a lot of people, maybe some people are new. This is Jason Mao, and he actually got swabbed, a buccal swab by the Arizona. Oh, well, no, it was Idaho, by the police. Okay. In the investigation with Lori and Chad, which is interesting because there's not really anybody else who was. So it's kind of interesting. And he lives in Arizona. Jason Mao lives in Arizona. That's Tim Ballard right there. And this was, I want to say in 21 or 2019. I don't know. And that's Rod Meldrum back here. This is a Firm Expo, Firm Foundation. Okay. This is one of them weird, boring. I'll just call it a front because that's what it is. This is another interest. Oh, that's the more pasty one. I tried fixing it. Look at this right here. I don't know who this is, but I mean, I'm like, whoa. Y'all need to quit going to Maria Abramovich's parties. Okay. Stay away. Y'all need to get some sunlight. Anyways, this is John McCain. And if you know, you know, this is Jason Mao. This is his daughter, who's also, he said in a podcast that she has been Disney princess. I think they also, for anybody who knows this kind of stuff, I share everything. I don't wall anything off. So just know that everything's on the table. I'm not the judicial system. So I can have different things, that I factor in. But like his daughter has been a Disney princess, for Disneyland, I guess Disneyland. I don't remember. I don't know what his son does. Jason Mao made a movie that had to do with zombies and like teenagers being zombies. Yep. And let's see. I was really trying to get to, oh yeah. Tony Robbins is all up in this. He's in there like swimwear. And I've been studying these kind of things, which is what kind of, oh my God, I'm gonna sound kind of bizarre. I just think it's smart to listen to our bodies, like, because that's our internal system, that we were born with and that we survive with. Like, that's what we do. And if you don't exercise those things, if they say, when you're dismissing your gut intuition, your instincts, that kind of goes in with discernment and thinking critically. This case helped me become more critical. Okay. And so just going through things multiple times, even, I still catch stuff. It's helpful. So yeah, what kind of made me pull back from Joe was a little bit of symbolism that I saw one night. And I was like, oh, it just catches my eye. And I mean, I have a whole presentation to show you one day for anybody who wants to know. Hold on. Just trying. I mean, somebody got pissed off at me for sharing this one night. I'm like, good Lord. This is a guy that was at CrimeCon he was being interviewed by Nate. Like this guy, Schwepp or something. I don't know him. I don't know. I've never heard of him before. Oh, let me pause that. God dang it. This was his attorney. And so I'm like, it was just very intentional. Okay. So they're talking about protecting kids. And he's doing this. Freemasonry, there's a lot of them. Okay, y'all. There's a lot of different brotherhoods. Just know that. in plain sight. Okay. Does it mean anything? Does it mean he's dark or bad? No, I'm just saying, just here's information. Do it. Do whatever you want with it. Yeah. Another thing, Mayor Merrill also spoke at the same speaking events as Jason Mao. Mayor Merrill was the mayor, he still may be, of Rexburg. Gave me and my family like jackets with the city seal on the back. And whenever the kids were found, when Tylee and JJ were found, a reporter approached him. Look at this one right here. Look at that. Oh, Illuminati. He was a Skull and Bone member. That's a major secret society that spawns. They had another chapter come out of Yale to UVU, University of Utah, where Tom Harrison was a teacher, where Charlie Kirk went to Valhalla, where the CIA, you got that dude that, pants on the ground dude that was like, I did it, shoot me, what's his name? Frank or Greg or George Zen or something. He just passed away though. His daughter, Dick and Brenda Miles, they're accused by other well-established Mormons who kind of fell out of favor because they were accusing his daughter and son-in-law of ritualistic abuse, of these abuse rings where they're doing weird shit to kids, allegedly. I gotta say that. So now that daddy's gone, makes me wonder, the dynamics are changing. Just so many connections everywhere, every damn where. You've got I don't even want to get on that tangent. I just don't. It's a lot, especially right now. Oh, here's the e-meter thing that President Ballard invested in that ended up becoming the Scientology uses it as an e-meter, okay, to tell if you have body thetans. Yeah. All right. So I don't know. I need leadership. I need maybe one day me and Nonsense can do this together, because I think people would probably have to like go and time out and take naps and stuff because their brains would be short circuiting or something. Maybe mine would. I don't know. But this actually, let me read it. Ballard Investment. So this is M. Russell Ballard, who died in 2023, right as Tim Ballard was just getting accused of SA and stuff and other fraud, just straight up fraud, not actually rescuing anybody. Tom Harrison, he said, found in a talk that Tim did, he said that Tom Harrison was a brain specialist. That's what he referred to him as. He said that he helps heal the brains of the children they rescue. And I'm like, well, if you don't have any rescued children, if you have no receipts, what is Tom doing exactly? Okay. It doesn't add up. Ballard Investment, BioMeridian penny stock. It's a penny stock investment. Learned this from Lynn Packer. I just kind of reframed the slide. Diagnostic machine, another Ballard penny stock investment. After becoming a general authority, the BioMeridian electrodiagnostic device tests galvanic, I don't know how to say that, skin resistance to an applied electrical current. Now listen to this and think about Chad and Lori's their scale of light and dark. Okay, just measuring the lightness and darkness in somebody. Okay. Hold on to that thought. It purportedly detects energy imbalances and is often used to recommend vitamins and nutritional supplements to treat supposed ailments. The website Quackwatch calls it a scam. Scientologists use a similar device called an e-meter that is used to supposedly detect whether a person has been relieved of spiritual impediments, which means dark demons shit. Anyways, from past experiences. Huh. See, I catch them every time. Anyways, I'm just saying it kind of has the same, goal as to measure somebody's whatever the hell they're looking for. I don't know. I ain't got all the answers either. I usually bring up more questions. But yeah, here's the original one. And this is interesting. And I love sharing this next slide because this is where it's at. This to me tells you what they're doing. Okay. Same group of people, same movement. Okay. I'm just going to call it a movement because it's not exactly the same exact group, but it's the same movement. So Sherston Stockwell, she used to work for Tim Ballard in his OUR, Operation Underground Railroad organization, that claimed to be rescuing children from third world countries, but there's no receipts. And Tom Harrison's supposed to be a brain specialist healing the brains of the rescued children, but again, no receipts. A lot of heartbreak and victims in the wake, in my opinion. Anyway, so this says Sherston, this is Liberty 89, which is a nonprofit organization, and Elder Ballard. And just know that Elder Ballard and Tim Ballard, they say no kin, whatever. Just go dig because I think they say that so we don't dig. And they also hide things like that too sometimes. But Tim and Elder Ballard, they started a for-profit called Slave Stealers. And just think about these terms I'm giving you. And you're like, oh yeah, we're going to go steal some slaves. You're thinking they're do-gooders, but you're the slave. And I'm the slave, but they're not the slave. So like, we're not in that club. We're not invited. Okay. So that's what they're ramping up for. Okay. So Liberty 89, Elder Ballard Sherston is this lady right here, said Tim, and she is kind of written funky. She said Tim took her to a meeting in her official OUR work capacity to meet with people at Thanksgiving Point, Utah. The people at the meeting, so they went to a meeting, included Tom Harrison. Boy, he's everywhere, huh? He is everywhere. Ken Krogh, another guy that they've both given Tim Ballard a blessing, and what appears to be like Tom Harrison with him being a therapist and all that. I believe maybe he's a handler, okay, of Chad and Tim and Julie and Jody. Anyway, interesting, right? One dude is like right here in every one of these. Might want to retire, Tom. Damn, give it a break. But it's just interesting to me. It's curious. It's sus at this point. So Ken Krogh and Tom Harrison both gave Tim Ballard these priesthood blessings to become senator specifically. And I checked this with my Chat GPT AI to just, I'm like, this really sounds like an MK Ultra therapy session, or I say therapy, a session, with ketamine involved. And it was like, yeah, yeah. It didn't say yeah, but it was like, it aligns big time. And so I'm just like, oh my God, it just kind of opened up all kinds of possibilities, I guess. So I just kind of feel like this is what's going on. And like Tim Ballard kind of sounded like a Manchurian type candidate. He did try, he was going to run for Senate, but he kind of got bamboozled or weighed down, I'll say, weighed down, because he's not been held accountable by the women and their accusations in their lawsuits. But so it says the people at the meeting, Tom Harrison, Ken Krogh, Hugh Vale, Tim Ballard, Sherston said they claimed, and this is the most important sentence ever. Sherston said they claimed to have visions, and special intelligence of the second coming. And so the key phrase right there is special intelligence. Intelligence. That's like a 3-letter government term. How many of y'all are running off now? Okay, of the second coming. So are you serious? Get out of here. I mean, the church is saving for the second coming. My God, my Jesus, my God, my afterlife does not require coins or money or trillions of dollars even. You can just give that shit away because my God don't need that. Their God does, or gods. Anyway, so I just find it sus. I feel like they're in this club, the same club that Lori and Chad joined, that perhaps maybe cost children. You understand? We're in the secret society club. It's dark over here. So Sherston said that because she had shared some of her spiritual things and Tim found out about it, Tim thought he could share with her more secret things that he was involved in. Sherston said during this meeting, they spoke about Liberty 89, which is another nonprofit that was on this whiteboard that was going to funnel into, it appeared, that's how it was drawn. It was going to funnel into timballard.com. That it was like money flowing and yeah, champagne, all kinds of things. Okay, it says, okay, it's written so wonky and it's way down here. Sherston said during this meeting, they spoke about Liberty 89, America being a fallen nation. Just think about these in the totality, like in the grand scheme, and how it was Tim's calling, and that's in quotes, to do these things with OUR and restoring America to the covenant. All right, that's going to eventually, it's shifting over more and more towards one world. They're all starting to kind of, I see it, and I'm not like scriptural or anything. I kind of pay attention. And it says, Sherston says, restoring America to the covenant was, quote, a big mission of Tim's. And he was, quote unquote, called of God to do this. And they mean like wink, wink, called of God. Sherston said Tim was very verbal about Elder Russell Ballard's involvement and saying that Elder Ballard was behind it. He allegedly approved of the couple's ruse, which is a whole nother topic. But Sherston said she didn't know if she believed that. I wonder if she believes it now. Just asking. I kind of botched that up, but there's another one where Tim goes to the UN. So Tim Ballard's in the Afghanistan World Foundation organization. I mean, this is so crazy. Yeah, here we got this buttercup here, Real men don't buy girls. No, they raffic them. Raffic. And they're signed, that's more the Scientology angle. They're all friends. We're not. Oh, yeah, I love that. I can't read it out loud because I'm already in trouble. And they tie into the Clinton Foundation. I mean, Tim Ballard got Ken Krog to write it on the board of who's funding them. This is fucking crazy. I wonder if I have the video right here. Oh, yeah. So this is Jason Mao again. He looks shorter here, I know. I think I have a talk of him saying, I heard somebody say this the other day about 7th generation Arizonian. I don't know shit about this, but I want to say I heard Jason Mao say this, and it made me curious because this other lady that I found, a creator that goes over, anyways, she's just kind of cueing me in on all the Charlie Kirk stuff, and just kind of she's tying in Mormonism to a lot of this stuff. Let's see, where's it at? One more. Let me go back. And one more. Oh. Yeah, I'm about to have to wrap it up. I gotta go get my little one at the bus stop. Oh God. And it shocked me with Lauren's video. It just popped up. No, we went out. All right, let me dig it. Okay. Let me shut up. It is this one. Right here. Wow.
Serve the same God we serve. No, they do
I'm not here for the religion. I'm just here to listen.
They really do not. And I'm very, very concerned about what's happening. So I found this article here
Wait,
It says
I'm
Angel Studios, not angelic in content, influence, or their agenda.
Let me grab her link.
The Mormon entertainment industry. So polarizing debates regarding The Chosen, which we did earlier, VidAngel distribution, and later Angel Studios has been ongoing since 2017. So the four brothers that own Angel Studios are Mormons. We're going to get into that in a second. The Chosen, which has Mormon influence, may be a moot point now, but critical thinking consideration must still be given to Angel Studios' Mormon ownership and content in their new production ventures. A thorough examination critiquing this scenario should be seriously considered by all Bible-believing Christians.
I love you, Karen.
Sobering questions need to be asked. From a Mormon perspective, it's extremely likely that a Mormon agenda would be embedded in the production goals somewhere along the line.
Oh, yeah.
We need to be asking this. We need Bible believers to consider with a
or just people with, just come on, we got to do this collective, like, come on, y'all, we got to work together. What was I going to say? Oh, Lori, I think her programming has a lot to do with this Chosen program because of, she raves about it all the time. I mean, she's had done a couple interviews and I've heard Chosen more than I'd ever want to. And then they're, buds with Tim Ballard. In fact, the guy, what's his name? I don't know if it's Dallas Jenkins or the other guy. I'm trying to think. I'm bad with the names of the Chosen, but he's the one, he wears skulls and bones and stuff on his rings. And he also was knighted in 2015, which was when Tim Ballard was knighted and Paul Hutchinson was knighted. Jim Caviezel was knighted and Eduardo Verestigi. So they were all knighted in 2015. Interesting. And Tim's a Temple. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. Tim Ballard is a Templar too. And I'm sure you could say that Jim Caviezel is a Jesuit. And oh my God, I read the Jesuit oath and it'll piss you off. It'll piss you off. I have a video under my channel if anyone wants to find it.
Certain amount of skepticism.
This is interesting to me.
Why are the Mormons presenting to us a false Jesus in the Chosen? Why are the Mormons?
Because they don't know. They have a different Jesus. Okay. Don't tell them that because they will be mad at you.
And putting out demonic children's movies. All right. So this right here, it says, parents be warned, Sketch is not a kid's movie. We saw a new movie in theaters today that was put out by Angel Studios that was marketed like it was meant for children.
They also too, I'm sorry, but like Jim Caviezel, how he played Passion of the Christ or whatever back in the day, and Mel Gibson, a lot of people are like, oh, he's good, and I'm like, no, he's not. He's pretending like he's good. That's this controlled opposition stuff I'm trying to tell you about. But when I saw that Jim Caviezel was going to star in another movie I think it just started production or whatever, because they just recently took Jim Caviezel back out of it. So he's going to go be in another movie because Tim Ballard's an actor too. So just know he has an agency behind him and everything. So a lot of these people are actors and they're just on the world stage. Just, I ain't got it figured out yet either. But, I don't know. I just kind of lost my thought. It's interesting. It is. So I don't know. I think I might hear Jason. So I may have to go because I'm gonna have to go. I got to go get my little one off the bus. So they require me to be out there and Jason's not feeling well. So yeah, he is an actor. It's crazy, huh? Joseph's, and I mean, if allegedly, but they also, I've learned since then from people who deep dive the shit out of this, Heidi Love, try and follow her. That's Jason, you hear. Sorry, it's distracting me and I lose my train of thought. What was I saying? Heidi Love. Oh, Joseph Smith, he was practicing black magic and like the lesser keys of Solomon, like the really dark Aleister Crowley shit. Okay, like the dark shit. And he was a Freemason. He was a master Mason. I know. I know, huh? they're going poof, bippity boppity is what I call it. Yep. That's what we do. That's what we do here every time. But it's y'all, I've been collecting this since day one. Like since literally the day after I found out my uncle was murdered. And then I mean, I've just been I have so many things collected and I'm still trying to put them together. And you have these little sideshows of, like what Lauren's doing right now that is taking up my time. And then now that the trials are over, it's like I have time and energy, but it's a lot to put together and it's a lot for me to keep people interested in it, for it to get any kind of, it needs attention, it needs help, and it's a group project, community. Okay, yeah, there you go. Good idea, Dr. Vonda. I need some management here.
The trailer made it like a sweet, emotional story about a little girl dealing with her mother's death and using drawings as a way to cope. Let me be clear. This is not a children's movie. It dark fast. So it goes on to talk about this hooded figure that chokes the little girl, climbs on top of her and chokes. The creatures are out there attacking people, causing them to bleed. They're drinking blood and spitting it back out. Excuse me. And it made a lot of people feel very uneasy. And then on top of that, the Angel Studios, same people put out The Chosen production with Dallas Jenkins until they started having issues over contracts. So now The Chosen is under a different brand. If you ever thought that Angel Studios was Christian-based, think again. Not Christian, quite opposite. They're even offering free parent tickets for the kid ticket purchase to get more people to watch this demonic cartoon called Sketch. Look at that. That is horrific. This is like straight out of hell, guys. It says sort of how Disney started out. Disney puts out mostly evil movies, even if they are in cartoon form. If you're discerning, most already know the devil is no fool. Hiding behind children is what he does best. We saw that in Gaza. Camouflage is the ultimate weapon, even in spiritual battle. I am ashamed of Angel Studios for allowing this to be produced, but I also noticed that Angel Studios is just there for the money. They even claim that we're not a Christian producer, even though they pull a lot of the Christian community to be funded. But slowly, the more they've drifted into the world with things like the Wayfinder, that was a witch and all that stuff. The sad thing is a lot of Christians aren't noticing the drift. They aren't noticing the mixture because they're so hungry for Christian entertainment and because they're also trusting Angel Studios as if these people have the same end game as you and I.
Okay, hold on. Okay, observation there. Thank y'all for allowing me to step away for a minute. But okay, this reminds me of Dr. John and how he compares a lot of things to movies and actors and celebrities. I know they talk about with Lori, they talk about what's the name of that movie? Twilight. They talk about just kind of these delusions, really, fantasy. That's the word I'm looking for. Fantasy. And that's kind of the same thing that goes on in the temple when they do I mean, I've never been in the temple. I'm not Mormon. My introduction to the church was through Lori and Chad. So I look at it critically, I'm not trying to join or anything, but they play a temple movie. They used to have a play or act or I don't know, some kind of presentation, when they go to the veil and all that and how Satan and Adam and Eve and I don't know. I've heard, but it's theatrics. It's not, which also plays into the fantasy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I remember hearing John DeLynn describe this before. I forget what her name is. Cults to Consciousness, maybe. And he was, I can visualize what they're explaining. Like when they talk about different the levels or whatever. Like when you hear language like they went into an upper room or in the temple, that means that's second anointing area. Okay. That's like brown chicken, brown cow. That's where you get exalted straight up. And by exalted, I mean, I think this is where they are ordained via the practicing church now. I mean, so I've got theories for that. I mean, I do. I have a lot of research into this. I mean, no, I mean, how can I confirm unless I go there or have somebody actually out, like lay it out for me. I've had to go and search for all this stuff and I'm like, whoa, that sounds like the same. When this guy says that he saw Jesus here, or he was expecting to see Jesus after he got a second anointing, that means after him and his wife were exalted, and him and his wife got to go like stay in a room in the temple. And I'm like, what? Is it a hotel, a Marriott? What's going on there? But, and so for him, I'm like, oh my God, that's what Lori said. Lori said that she saw Jesus in the flesh in the temple in a certain spot. Zalema saw him too. I've had to like pull all these things, none of them make sense, but it makes sense in this context, if that makes any sense. But so it kind of plays into why Lori is the way she is what I'm kind of saying. It seems to be to me like no wonder she looks to these fantasy, these characters, and it's not reality. It's just this idea of what Jesus is, what God is, what anything is. With Lori, she said this in one of her interviews that her and her family, her and Adam, they would talk in movie quotes, her and her sister. And I'm just like, yeah, I mean, that's evident in the FOIA docs. There's code words, code phrases that they use that we say code phrases, but they go to movies. And they know what they're saying, but we don't. We don't even know. We're like, oh, they're talking in code. Oh, okay. I mean, think about Donna, the Adelson, they're talking in code too. Just, it's not that far fetched, but it just kind of reminds me of that with the Jesus.
All right. A lot of people put money into Angel Studios, into The Chosen. It was crowdsourced. That's what that means. So they're playing with us.
All right.
Excuse me. Guys, after they had the hydrocarbon explosion in my community, everybody is just so like congested. So let's go back to this. What sets Mormon influencers apart? If you want to know some of the big
nonsense, this plays into what, we're building. Teamwork makes
on YouTube. Nick Shirley, Mormon.
Oh, yeah. And this goes, in my opinion, to Gordon Bowen, who designed the brand logo for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, right? I gotta say it, whole word, or victory for Satan. But Gordon Bowen is also accused of being the Punisher in the David Hamblin case. He's also the guy that allegedly contacted Vice News when Tim Ballard was publicly denounced from the church. You remember that? And how Tim Ballard was like, I wasn't excommunicated. I mean, he's just recently saying that too. It was Gordon Bowen. It's like these bloodlines are like at war. Like like Mitt Romney and Gordon Bowen, they seem to be like friendly. They do things. They like, they're buds. We'll just say they're a team. And then you have where Mitt Romney doesn't really care for Tim Ballard. Like when he gave up his Senate seat, Tim Ballard, he did not want to give it to Tim Ballard. He was like, nope. But yet Tim Ballard will meet with Senator Mike Lee, who's going to be at the TPUSA speaking thing this year in December, along with all the other peeps, along with Todd Chrisley. And I'm like, Savannah, what the hell? Weren't you just in prison, dude? Anyways, I can't take that seriously. Like, period. End of story. it's like they use celebrities to even pull or just to recruit people in and like deceive them. And I mean, I'm not holy roly, y'all. I'm not. I'm just like trying to figure out the world that I've uncovered. I'm like, what? This is wild. But yeah, I just wanted to say that right there, that this advertising, he was a new, Gordon Bowen was a Madison Avenue ad agency guru or whatever. Now he owns part of McGarry Bowen, which is a huge ad. You know, that's what they do. They influence. And Ken Krogh, he has his InsideSales.com. This is what he does. This was what the whiteboard I have to share, which is a precursor to the 2019 infamous whiteboard meeting that Lynn Packer shared. I had a source give me the 2016 one, September of 2016. And they're writing names. Terry Crews, Carlos Slim, the Clinton Foundation, Elizabeth Smart, Allie Landry. I'm just Jenna Elfman. Who else? Tony Robbins, M. Russell Ballard, Glenn Beck, O'Reilly. Oh, I just said O'Reilly. I stuttered. Sound like the damn commercial. But anyways, they just listed these things, and I was like, what? It's crazy. Anyways, I can't just share it because it's not just mine. Like it's theirs, and I don't want to get struck again. Right, Lauren? We're gonna leave me alone, right? Everybody's watching you. I'm just trying to stand my ground with that one. All right. So this says from youth programs to church calls to being good. Oh, this reminded me of the social credit scoring that's happening right now on YouTube. If I don't say murder or, the triggering words that are legal terms that, can't even use on YouTube because God forbid sensitive ears. God forbid you forbid like offend somebody or I don't know. It's wild. Good community members, many LDS women grow up with narratives: a faithful mother, supportive wife, modest in appearance, chaste social media presence. That gives content creators a strong foundation. People already know the expectations, so the imagery is easy to build around the script, and it is a script. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I know. What's that other studio? Glenn Beck, Mormon.
Blaze.
From youth programs to church calls to being good community members, many LDS women grow up with narratives of faithful mother, supportive wife, modest in appearance. The community plus algorithmic amplification. This is what I was telling you guys the other day. You don't get an organic channel that is not
a
million strong without
compromise,
some sort of influence. It's not possible with the algorithms, especially on YouTube. In many LDS communities, especially in places like Utah, word spreads about a good profile, a tasteful post, or an elegant home decor. That community support, sharing, engagement is huge.
Networking, plugged in people who are in the same network, and they give one another, they lend their platform. Look, that interview earlier that Everyday with Jay shared about with Annie Elise and Lauren. And then they kind of just all help each other stay connected. And yet I don't know, they just lend credibility to these people and legitimacy. And they end up being trusted like Dr. John and not questioning his credentials. Everybody is on the table for question. Like everybody, nobody is exalted here, even from being questioned on your resume. Especially if that's what you're doing. That's your product. That's your brand. Like that's what you're doing. So, I mean, when you go find a new doctor, do you just, okay, because he says a doctor, what if he's not a doctor? I'm not talking about Dr. John. I'm just saying like anybody, like, I don't know. Nobody is. If they get offended because you are asking or we're questioning, God forbid, right? they can go screw themselves. Anybody. Okay. That's what I mean, even I want to say Dr. John and Lauren have even talked about how in the cult of Chad and Lori, how some of they say the followers, I say the co-conspirators, named and unnamed, how they would ask questions, right? And then, they were all of a sudden dark, like Serena and Christina Atwood, not the other Christina, but the Seven Gatherers, the original ones, the OGs, I guess you could say. So it's like, it's the same principle everywhere, not just for Chad and Lori. And so what does that tell you too? If Dr. John thinks he is above being questioned or having to be held accountable, just that's what people, anyways, I'm just saying you can't expect it to be good. And that if Chad and them turn people away and turn them dark or whatever for asking questions, and it's no different than what would be happening with Dr. John if he's also saying, you can't question me, basically. It's good for thee, not for me, or good for me, not for thee. I don't know.
Huge. Also, social media algorithms like to double down on what you already engage with. So if you are LDS friendly, the wholesome church Sunday OOTD content, you're going to get a lot of Mormons in your feed. As culture becomes louder, more confrontational, many people want content that feels safe, wholesome, uplifting, clean, right? It's without being flashy in the modern influencer scandal sense. Let's be honest, social media isn't just for fun. Sponsored posts, affiliate marketing, brand deals, real income. For some LDS women, especially stay-at-home moms, this is a way to generate income that looks and feels aligned with their values. Because if you didn't know,
then they tithe it to the church.
Even though I am a tither and I do highly encourage people to do that, the Mormon church they literally force people to do this. So they're all
in the Mormon church, you have to be worthy. It's by your works, which kind of lines up with Dr. John, well, even though he's not Mormon, but it lines up with, I don't know, the thought process where Lauren comes from, because it's according to your works. That's how you get into heaven. Not according to, like, I remember Grant Palmer. He's this old historian that passed away, and I wrote a quote down. He said, oh man, an informed Mormon is soon to be an ex-Mormon. And I'm like, oh, I like that. Like, and it's true. The more you research, the more you learn what's really going on, because they really don't know what's going on. We're outside. So it's like, oh, okay, I can see what's going on easier, I think, from the outside. But then as they're coming out, we're all blinded in some way, It's just, I find it fascinating. I really love this subject for some reason. It's crazy. I know. Does that make me crazy?
Always encouraging the people in their church to make more money. So this is Neil Harmon.
Good at it.
Right now, I've got to point this video. So just hang in there with me for one more second. This guy and his brothers formed the Dry Bar Comedy Club in Provo, Utah. Now, Charlie Kirk was assassinated in Utah at a place called The Dragon. The Mormon church tried to create its own country called Deseret.
I think it sounds like, look, I know I'm going to say some crazy things, but I'm just throwing some ideas because I don't know what else to do with them. But it seems like if this could even happen then, but like when the Deseret territory or whatever, they wanted their own territory. It was huge too. I wonder if that was like an old, way back in its time, way back in its era of like where they're testing these things, these theories of having a one world, unification, I'll say. But I don't know. Because they roll things out to kind of test if something will work theocratic or, where church and state can work together. In Utah, they do. Okay. They're like, there's separation of church and state. And you're like, yeah, okay. I know how to read too. And that's not at all how it is, but whatever. If you know, you know. And I hated like the trials being in Idaho. I hated that, especially in Rexburg where it was like 97, 98% Mormon saturated. BYUI right there right there in the town. I look at things so different now compared to when I went into this, you know. I'm trying to figure out what I was going to say on top of that. Let me play.
And their founding father ran for the United States.
Oh yeah, the theocracy. So, and Joseph Smith came up. I remember running across this paper and it was called the United Order. And I remember reading it and I was like, God, it's the theme, you know? And I'm like, that's what this is. Like, that's what he was trying to do. And that kind of ties into like these other, like Jerry Falwell and the Catholic Church and so on and so forth. You know, they're going to combine them all. I really think that they were created. I think the churches were created to kind of fool the masses, you know, and I don't have that part figured out yet.
States presidency before he was assassinated. They have always wanted a theocracy. In other words, they have always wanted their church to rule.
That's why a lot of them are like, oh, I'm Christian now. And you're like, yeah, okay. Like Paula White.
The United States. They are secretly working with NASA, funding projects, putting their people high up.
Lots of
I'll tell you guys right now. This is it's bad. All right. So if you notice that they got in trouble. Their Angel Studios right here. It says Vid Angel in 2014, according to Deseret News, which is basically the Utah paper that runs the Mormon community. The streaming service that allowed users to remove content that found objectionable from Hollywood movies and TV shows attracted enough customers and irritated enough Hollywood studios that a court issued a preliminary injunction ordering it to stop. A subsequent verdict in 2019 ordered VidAngel to pay $62 million in damages to several studios. In September of 2020, a Utah bankruptcy judge, Kevin R. Anderson, approved the settlement of $9.9 million to Disney and Warner Brothers to be paid out over 14 years. So they rebranded themselves under their new name and came out swinging. Funny how it got dropped $50 million. Right? I guess the Mormon Church didn't want to let that money go.
Me a lot of things lately.
It says here in Ephesians 2, verse 6, and hath raised us up together and made us sit together in heavenly places in Christ Jesus, that in the ages to come he might show the exceeding riches of his grace in his kindness toward us through Christ Jesus. For by grace are you saved through faith, and not of yourself.
That's interesting. Thank
it
you
is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Friends and family, there's a lot of things.
Yeah, it's crazy. And he went
that
to
I believe that I don't bring up on this channel because I don't want to hear the bickering and arguing. It has gotten so very bad for Christians that we can't even have conversations because there is a breaking apart in the Christian church over the rapture, tribulation, Israel, baptism, salvation, the Trinity, own.
Same with Chad and Lori being whoever put that date on them about the world, whatever, second coming of Christ happened July 22nd, 2000, whatever, 19 or 20. And I sometimes wonder if some of these things are just kind of thrown in there by these, you know, these people that are also who are also corrupted, I'll just say. And just to kind of, like, I think Melanie Gibb, I feel like they really ramped up on that zombie because it makes you stop thinking. Whoever hears it, you know, especially when there's 2 missing kids and murders in their wakes, you know, you're just like, wait, what? It makes you stop. It made me stop thinking. I'm like, zombies? Zombies? Like, this is weird. Like, what do you even do with that? It made me stop thinking. Like, I just mainly my brain just wants to say, no, that's ridiculous, Kresha, not zombies. And then you're like, yeah, zombies, you know, it's a mind F, if you know what I mean. And I don't know. I think they use this kind of shock doctrine. Lauren used some, you know, she they emphasize like children, I'm a mom, just these things to play up on our emotions. And I'm gonna do some research after for the next one. And we're gonna look into the inversion of this language I'm talking about, where I think it's weaponized as well. And it's like they can sound like they apologize to you, but when you go back and you re-examine what the hell they said that sounded like an apology to you, and then you're like, that is not at all an apology. Lauren said, sorry if I did anything. She said sorry, but she also said if I did anything. She did not say I'm sorry for doing blah blah blah. She said sorry if I did anything. Then she says nobody can tell me what I did. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like this really slippery slope, and I've been trying to pinpoint this for years now. And Melanie did it. I think I mean, I want to say like this whole, at least over here in Utah, in the Mormodor, where all my people go, where all the ones that I've researched go and live and migrate and flock. They have this same kind of, I call it backwards because I noticed the difference actually whenever I would read things, and it's like I have a fight in my mouth. I'm like, oh my God, my tongue does not want to work like that. It just doesn't roll. It doesn't flow. I get tongue tied bad. And so I'm like, what the heck? I cannot talk like them. Like, I cannot read this shit. It's crazy. So that's the first thing that kind of got me thinking that way. But anyway, so I can't wait to kind of dig into that, because I think it's interesting, especially if they're saying the same things that we think they're saying. We think it sounds like an apology. Megan, when I was watching her earlier, she said, Lauren apologized. And I was thinking, no, that's one thing I can show her, is that no, she did not. She sounded like she did, but she did not. And I think that's important because it's very manipulative. Summer Shiflett did the same shit. Till I went back and looked.
And on and on. It's constant and it's sinful. Let me find the Bible verses, because I wrote them down earlier, because I really do think we need to take a hint here. You can have your own belief system as long as you're saved by the blood and you're reading the Holy Bible, not the Book of Mormon, none of that nonsense. Get in the actual Bible. It says in Titus 3:1, put them in mind to be subject to principalities and powers, to obey magistrates, to be ready to do every good work, to speak evil of no man, to be no brawlers, but gentle, showing all meekness unto all men. For we ourselves were sometimes foolish, disobedient, deceived, serving divers lusts and pleasures, living in malice and envy, hateful and hating one another. But after the kindness and love of God, our Savior toward man appeared, not by works of righteousness which we have done, but according to his mercy, he saved us by the washing of regeneration and the renewing of the Holy Ghost, which he shed on us abundantly through Christ our Savior.
Yes.
That being justified by his grace, we should be made heirs according to the hope of eternal life. This is a faithful saying, and these things I will that thou affirm constantly, that they which have believed in God might be careful to maintain good works. These things are good and profitable unto men, but avoid foolish questions.
Yeah.
And genealogies and contentions and strivings about the law, for they are unprofitable and vain.
I never sent mine in, for what it's worth.
A man that is a heretic after the first and second admonition reject, knowing that he is such that is subverted and sinneth, being condemned of himself. In other words, the Bible is clear on a lot of things, but there are some people that like to cause issues.
Oh, crap.
They love it. They enjoy it. They want confusion. They want people bickering in the comment section. And if you've been around long enough with me, I simply block them. Folks, look, I did videos 2 and 3 a day for 8 months without a penny from YouTube. I don't really care if people love me and just, none of that matters to me. Honest to God, just the truth getting out there that somebody sane sits behind a computer and speaks to the world. Weren't you guys tired of the constant rewriting of the Bible?
I'm just tired.
I just had someone earlier literally say this to me. The rapture came around in the 1800s when a woman had a fever dream. Then not a minute later, a man comes on and says the rapture was created through a Catholic church, a Catholic priest in the 1600s.
I don't believe nobody anyways. So I get like,
okay. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's just,
hey, Lindsay,
it means more to me that you know who the real Jesus is and you get saved. That have people want to argue every little point of the Bible. Go to church, go to Bible study, be better today than you were yesterday. Now I want to show you how the Mormons feel about Jesus, about salvation. And I want you to understand why we cannot allow these people to control our newspapers, our government, or our social media.
Where are you going to go? I don't know. You don't know? I wish I knew.
I didn't do that, so she might have had to trim it out afterwards. What the hell? Where's the sound? Yeah, I guess she muted it. You know, after you stream it, they'll give you an option, you know, usually, unless they just take them down. I guess. I mean, I didn't do anything. Damn. Now I'm doubting it. Well, you got an A+. All right, great. We just need some sound.
Yourself. Now, I've even seen supposed, and I do say supposed, friends and family of the internet, Christians saying, well, there is no hell. Okay, well, Matthew 25:41 says there is an eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. And Revelation 20:15 states that anyone not found in the book of life will be thrown into the lake of fire. Matthew 10:28, which warns us to fear him, who can destroy both your soul and your body in hell. And Mark 9:48, which mentions a place where their worm does not die and the fire is
Here
not
comes the worm.
quenched.
To define what hell is within the Mormon belief, that's a really tough thing to do. Oftentimes it takes some critical reading skills to figure.
Real quick, I just wanted to tell you that your questions are welcome here. I've had to ask these ridiculous, probably offensive questions. And I mean, I just had to kind of carve a little, and it's still uncomfortable. I hate asking uncomfortable questions, but we have to, I think. Because if we don't, then how else are we supposed to learn? You know, I'm not going to convert. I'm not going to convert to the church, but you know what I'm saying. But yeah, please. And I won't ever penalize you for it.
Figure out what the scriptures mean when they're talking about hell. There's no fire there, and our view of heaven is so radically different than any other religion.
When Latter-day Saints talk about heaven, it's done in two ways. One, heaven is where you're going in the afterlife.
3 levels.
Whether it's the lowest layer of heaven or the highest, it's heaven.
Next layer of heaven that we believe in the LDS Church is the terrestrial kingdom, and this kingdom is for people who had the chance to partake of the gospel, but then just chose not to.
We covered celestial kingdom, which is where we all want to go, terrestrial kingdom, and then the next one is called the telestial kingdom. And if you're wondering where, I mean, I'm not the judge, but if I were, and if you're wondering where Hitler probably went, it's probably that one. When we talk about
We ain't saying more.
The Mormon Church, let me be politically correct, the LDS wants me to believe that Hitler is in heaven.
Yeah. Well, the Mormons baptized him, so it is what it is.
hell
It is
and
what
who
it
goes
is.
to hell. I mean, in one sense, all three of these kingdoms or levels of heaven are still better than where we're at right now.
How would you witness to an LDS?
Just the true gospel, really, which is that there's a irreconcilable gap between us and a holy God, and just what the cross accomplished was, namely closing that gap. So there's very little understanding of what that means. You know, the LDS don't use the cross as a symbol because they see it as a symbol of death, and
Well, guess what?
it is really
They do now, bud.
that's how we're brought to life, though, is through the blood of Christ.
Why don't
I remember when I showed you Rob McCoy, Pastor Rob, that was Charlie Kirk's pastor, being furious because people were wearing the cross around their neck. Remember that? Yeah, there's a lot of bleeding over. This is what you call the ecumenical movement. It is, it doesn't matter what God you serve. It doesn't matter what God you serve. Just come praise with me.
Or God, or you can
It's
become
the
your own.
occult. It's all blending together.
Yeah.
Churches have crosses.
One of their, our steeples
Why
don't have
don't
a cross.
all the members wear
And
crosses
that's
necklaces?
We don't
How
parade
can
the
you
cross around
believe in
everywhere.
it if you don't?
This tab is way over here, so it takes me forever to get there and pause it. But this is important, what she just showed on there, or what they did. So, like Chad Daybell, he had a calling. He was actually under a bishop. He was a executive, whatever. Oh my gosh, ward clerk, basically. He had keys to the church meeting house where Alex Cox sat and lied and lay in wait, to murder Tammy Daybell. Alex Cox also laid in wait, or lay in wait. I don't know if I'm saying it in the proper tense. For Brandon Boudreaux, to go move in on Brandon Boudreaux and take his shot at Brandon at an LDS temple right down the road. And I mean, why is Alex Cox so damn comfortable at at a church that you're excommunicated from? That's odd to me. But I just want to say there's a difference in the church and the temple. And that's important because Lori had just dedicated her life. She gave it over to the temple. She says it just like that, to the temple, not to God, not to Jesus Christ, not to Satan. I mean, I think the temple means that. And that's just me being, I don't have all the facts, but neither does anyone else. Nobody is the authority on what happens after death. Not even those, in my opinion, like Chad and others. I mean, maybe other people's are legitimate with their near-death experiences, but Chad, his aren't. Neither are Julie Rose, and I don't believe neither are Tom Harrison's. And come on, Lori Vallow, are you effing serious? Sit down. You ain't had no near-death experiences. Why can't they whole ass die? Is one of the questions I've asked. Why they always just gotta, half-ass something. Anyways, but there's a difference. The regular members basically go to just these regular church meeting houses. But when you're ready to give your life to the temple, like Lori did, when you're ready to wear the Jesus jammies, when you're ready to, I don't know. And so I'm sure somebody in here will. Please, put it in the comments. Do you have to pay tithing for just the regular church or just the temple or both? Isn't it both? But I'm not quite sure about that. So thank you in advance. But let's see. So the temple, and then they go through like the oath of vengeance. They have the endowment ceremonies that are going on in there. I think Lori and Chad, this is my conspiracy. Okay. Which I think that Lori and Chad were matched up. There's just kind of like this recruitment system that's going on, like-minded people, the call out thing with Julie Rowe, this kind of terminology where they sealed Lori and Chad together. You know how many times I heard people, I mean, they would die on this hill. They would say they cannot sneak around in the temple and have any kind of ceremony, not even their own. Not even Jason Mao. Like, no, that's not how that works. And I've never been in one, so who am I to argue? But then FBI agents or analysts testified, church records were produced. James and Elena's story, written by Chad Daybell, corroborates. I mean, there's a lot. And not just that, but Melanie Gibb, she first says that Chad and Lori just kind of, they just did like their own thing. But then each time she gets questioned about that aspect of it, about the church, temple, and whatever Chad and Lori allegedly did, she and even testifies to, like, they kept moving closer and closer inside the temple. But she was like, oh, but it wasn't the sealing room. Oh, well, thank God it wasn't the sealing room. I mean, God forbid it be official. You're in the damn temple. You're doing these things. You come out with 2 new names, 2 new personas, and you don't want to be married to your spouses anymore because you're sealed to Chatty Daddy. So y'all do the math. And I think that whenever they go rogue like this, when they become a mainstream spectacle, something that could bring bad juju to the church, that's when I think they label it. Okay. They demonize it, they distance, they label it, they drop it like it's hot, they excommunicate it, they disfellowship it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They distance, they do everything. That's why I believe the church has so many quote unquote sects or whatever. That's why they have so many break-offs. It's just, that's what they're doing. They're still practicing, in my opinion, allegedly polygamy. It's just secret, down low, occult, secret society. The church, I mean, the temple is, in my opinion, a secret society because you have to have a temple recommend to go there. Lori was willing to kill for hers, and then she did. There's like like I said, that recruitment system where Jason Mao, they do, Linda with It's a Crime, she did do some videos about code talk about books. She's like, every time Lori says books and that like a fake letter she sent to give Chad an alibi, acting like it was my uncle asking for Chad to help him write a book. Somewhere else, that book thing mentioned, and now I don't remember where I got it, but I'm like, oh my God, I think she's onto something because yeah, I found the lingo, but I don't remember where right this second. But I mean, that tracks too. So I have to go visit her. I go revisit people's channels and I rewatch stuff that I watched on Nora Jasmine, like It's a Crime, Gigi. I mean, just I kind of make my rounds. But I just think it's important to know that there's a separation in the two different worship, the two different things. Because a lot of people just think of church. You think of one church, right? I did. That the temples are what they were having problems with lately. If you keep up with Mormonish, she keeps up with the temples being built and just all the city regulations and how Mormons just go in there. And a lot of these instances, it seems, where they just go and kind of use their weight and power and just overpower. And it's just for the height of the steeple or whatever. And it's just, or whatever that's called. And it's kind of gross, really. It's very distasteful. And I think a lot of people are waking up to this fact. And I get it. It's not a me problem. It's a we problem.
Steeples?
Why don't
have a cross?
all the members wear crosses?
Necklaces? We don't parade the cross around everywhere?
If you don't wear it everywhere.
Well, the simple reason is, and Gordon B. Hinckley says something about this, we believe that the symbol of Christ is his teachings.
I mean, I have those videos of him and people testifying or, they're sharing their stories about how he had they were doing basically Diddy parties, okay, back in the day. I mean, it's just the image is all that we see unless we dig behind the curtain, look behind the curtain, look behind the veil, whatever, see what's operating it, ask questions. Then some people are okay with just seeing. I mean, I was one of them at one point, and I can't turn away.
We don't like to just give Christ one little symbol, right? Especially not what he was murdering. The symbol for eternal life should not be the death of the Savior.
I've always been uncomfortable with that idea. That the thing that
it doesn't matter what the hell you're comfortable with. That's not how this works. I don't think.
Ourselves is one of the most tragic events in the history of
the
universe.
It's interesting that they refuse to use that symbol because, again, it's not about Christ's defeat. That was his, that was his defeat over death. And for all of us, what that means to us is that we have defeat over death and defeat over sin. But they don't use that symbol because it means something different to them. Yes, they have their own set of works in the scriptures. So many who will hear this will be familiar with the quad scriptures. What is that? Well, it's the Holy Bible, Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, and Pearl of Great Price. And as a child even, I had this sense of which that first half of the quad, being the Holy Bible, was sort of that thing in the beginning that you skipped over to get to First Nephi, and then you read from there. So there's very little understanding, at least from my standpoint as a child and as an adolescent, of the Holy Bible. Maybe some Old Testament stories stuck, but the Gospels were not really something that landed or were taught, and definitely not the epistles, and so much more in Scripture. And there's a reason for that, it's there, but we don't study it. We study the Book of Mormon, and we touch base on some Old Testament stories and so forth.
So why do they don't want to use the word Mormon anymore? Is that correct?
I think they kind of.
as to, oh my God, I cannot talk. I keep like freaking stuttering and it sucks. So right here where you said, no, Levi, I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry. I can't talk right now either, but it says, love the building is called temple. However, it has tiers without the recommend. You can attend the service part, but can't baptize the dead. You also, if you're not a member or if you're not a temple goer, then you, or if you're not Mormon, you can't attend your own child's wedding or so on and so forth. And also question to those who know, if you are not a temple going Mormon, then okay, let's say you're just regular church. You don't ever go to the temple. Do you get to participate in the forever family thing? I don't know if I'm asking the right question. I think I am, but yeah.
Embraced it. So this has been interesting too, just as an observation over the last 15 years or so, where they really leaned more into marketing and wanted to soften themselves to the world. So that's one example. They had the I'm a Mormon campaign.
Anyone travelling around London this April will not be able to miss the hundreds of eye-catching, vibrant I'm a Mormon campaign posters.
My name is Rose Daytalk Doll, and I am a Mormon.
My name is Brandon Flowers. I'm a father, I'm a husband, and I'm a Mormon.
My name is Devin Gales, and I'm a Mormon.
They started to have marketing campaigns and softening of their message, how we are to present it. For instance, at one point we were coached to not say that we believe this is the only true church anymore.
You have to pass.
If it had not been for Joseph Smith and the restoration, there would be no salvation.
You have to do an interview with the bishop and or the stake president, which would be in Lori's case would I don't know, Gabe Bonilla. And that picture I showed y'all earlier of Gabe Bonilla and Jason Mao right here. They were actually going to deliver this book, which Jason wrote, this series, which I think are being used in some of these schools. I've heard some rumors of it about Captain Moroni and the war chapters and all this bullshit. And he sold a lot and taught and pushes this kind of rhetoric in these charter schools, okay, especially in Arizona where he's from. And I wrote it right here. Jason Mao is photographed alongside his bishop and illustrator Gabe Bonilla at the Arizona State Capitol, presenting a copy of his Time to Warrior Up book series. This series features characters from the Book of Mormon depicted as valiant war heroes, and the presentation is made to Andy Biggs. Andy Biggs is going to be speaking at the TPUSA. He's a Arizona or Utah, I don't know, U.S. Senator. I don't know. Y'all know I don't know my terminology in the politicking area. But Gabe Bonilla was who my Uncle Charles called whenever Lori hit his truck and, canceled his plane tickets. And, he had to call Bishop Gabe Bonilla, who lived right by Jason Mao, same ward, okay? So it makes me wonder if Lori had to go through Bishop Gabe, who I've also found on, it's called Unblog My Soul, which is John Pontius. I know I'm probably losing some of y'all. Tom Harrison. It basically is Tom Harrison, aka Visions of Glory. Same belief system is what I'm saying. Same quote unquote, I'll say fringe to make people understand what I'm talking about. What they call fringe, but I think they would not continue to allow these things to happen if, in my opinion, they weren't behind it. Maybe not directly, but they're always connected within a few degrees. Remember those shell companies? It's always a few degrees. Yeah. Anyway, so I just wanted to share that with y'all. That too. Hold on. Oh shit.
Is no salvation outside the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I found that to be really interesting.
And it doesn't help that they are taught from birth that everyone that's not a member of the church is a Gentile. And so the church teaches that it's the one true church on earth. They're the only ones with truth. I think this is why we get a lot of ex-Mormons even counseling us or wanting to guide us or teach us or, yeah, that's about all I have right there with that. But I mean, I noticed that, or they feel like, or it seems like they want to like help you heal, or they just want to help you. And I'm like, like, I don't quite understand that, but I think it has to do with that. That's kind of what they know. They go out and, they're missionaries and they go and preach the gospel and convert new converts. So it's just interesting. And I also think it's kind of where the God complex can come from too. We're the only ones that can save you. You need us. You need me in order for you to get salvation, because we're the one true church. It kind of feeds into what I think we're seeing with this inversion, or this like narcissistic, I'm the victim. I don't know. It's just interesting.
Okay, so there you have it, guys. For all of us that do not abide by the Book of Mormon, yeah, as far as the Latter-day Saints are concerned, you and I are heading to hell. We're going to bust the wide open. But hey, don't worry. Don't worry, friends. There's no hell. We'll just be in the same place as Hitler, which, by their own admission, is better than where we're at now.
They also baptized him. So there's that.
Something's wrong.
Yep.
I don't know. I know the Holy Spirit will connect all the dots for me. I did want to share this with you. I was very concerned when I saw all of this. I know, because it just really bothers me about the conservative podcasters and influencers we're being fed. Those aren't like you and I. These aren't real people.
Nope.
I'm even starting to see where some of the stuff Officer Tatum is saying. I mean, that's fine. Look, they're conservative. If they just want to be conservative and not add a Christian label, that's one thing. Like I said earlier about TPUSA, is it going to be a political organization for everyone that is conservative values? That's one thing. But if you say that it's Christian and you mix in all the religions, then it's false doctrine.
And everybody's
that's how I feel about some of these.
And then like everybody's just doing their own thing and believing like Chosen and like that's the real deal. And they worship these movies and these actors and these idols. And to me, it's just like, ooh, that's not going to end well. At all. To me, it's skewing it. It's confusing it. It's propaganda, if you will. This is Andy Biggs right here and Jason Mao. And so I'm just letting y'all know that these are, they went all the way there. They buds, he's 7th generation Arizona dude. Means something somewhere. And maybe it ties in with the 7 thing. I'm still new to that too. So I don't quite have that understood. Not even on the basic level. I just know it ain't good.
These podcasters. I am a Christian first.
It goes into something.
I'm not getting on a MAGA train or any other train that goes against the Bible. And there's just some really bad symbols poking up. Something is brewing. There is a storm brewing. But for you and I, we have hope. And that hope is the blood sacrificed on the cross. I love you guys. I won't be doing a video tomorrow. I'm going to be spending the day with my family.
All right. So yeah, her channel name is Starkey Farmstead. And I've been dropping the link in the chat. And I'm doing it again right now. Andy Biggs was oddly calm during January 6th. Wow. It's crazy how they're movers and shakers big time. Big time. It blows my mind. I'm like, good Lord, y'all. They make you dizzy. Okay. It's probably why my head's so dang. That's probably why Lauren don't like me, like my brain. Anyways, thank you. Yes. Cherry Bakewell, 1338. Barry Cox and his top 5% obsession. He has a lot to answer for, but this also plays into it because that means elitism. Same thing. I believe that's what this is anyways. I think that's what Lori and Chad are anyways. And when they say separate the wheat from the tares, Well, that's when the charts come in that they say are Chads, but they're not. We heard the other day, who was listening to Julie Rowe? Oh my God. I've been, it was, Every Day with Jay. She has a Julie Rowe interview, and just re-listening as a community. I mean, I was like, oh my God, she just said she has the damn black and white charts. I've also found them with David Hamblin and their group, like their ancestors. Like it's bloodlines. It's like elite status. So it doesn't make Barry sound so batshit crazy, I guess you could say. Not as much, to me at least, because I think he's been. I think he has been. I don't know. I mean, you can just see him wanting to be in all the cool clubs, you know. Um, I don't know how it works, or being a Rotary member, or I don't know. I don't have it all figured out, but and I love the fact that Nonsense did this yesterday. It helped me so much. You have no idea, girl. If you want, if you want to look, I'm not trying to push myself on you, but but if like I'm open tomorrow. Like if we can just talk about this, I think you can help me with my fractured damn I can't talk and I just want to throw some ideas together. I think it would really help connect the dots if you're available. If not, whenever, I'm up for it. I think it would be it'd be revealing, I think, and maybe help put some more things together, you know. Nonsense used to do cult coverage weekly. She hasn't in a while, but 100. I learned a lot. That'd be awesome. I love the fact that she knows so much about the political side of it without being, I'm not political. So when people are like, "Oh my God," and I'm like, "But I am going to discuss what I do understand." That's how I learn. I mean, I sound ignorant. I sound fragmented, but I just still want to learn, um, talking about these things, learning. I go to YouTube school. It's where I go. It's not as expensive. Well, thank y'all so much. Oh God, there's a lot. I forgot. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't even think about these either. I'm not used to this. Thank you, Melissa Bex. I'm gonna go through them pretty fast, okay? Because it's already 4 hours. I'm starting to act like Lauren. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Welcome aboard. And thank you, Fancy Nancy 888. Love from Danny and Nancy in Texas. Y'all, that is so sweet. And thank you. I appreciate you. If I can make it through, because I always get too damn sensitive. Thank you, KJ. KJ in the Ray 99.99. Thank you, love. Always wins. It was so good seeing you yesterday. I mean, it's like Stella, meaning all of us, we got our groove back, right? We took our power back. I love it. Wishful Thinking 48. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome aboard to this crazy shit show, right? Wendy 2041. You sound amazing. Sending all the love to you and your family. And back at you, boo. Thank you for tech support. Trust me, I feel your tech pain. Actually, I showed that earlier, and I feel your tech pain too. And oh my God, I hate it. And I hate it when they say it's Mercury retrograde. I always ask that question when I'm having really bad tech problems. Like, oh no, might be something to it. Motions and lemonade. I've never gotten pounds except around my waist. Just kidding. No, but really, I don't think I've ever received. I think that's pounds. So see, I sound really not educated right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Mabel Dragon as a supporter. Can I? Oh my God. No, we can call ourselves the stalkers. The stalkers. What's up, my stalkers? No, I'm kidding. That's not nice. Look, this is my sense of humor for anybody that's new. Yeah. I have to have an inverted sense of humor around all this dark shit. It's crazy. Yeah, you can call me a Crushy. You can call me whatever. Thank you so much, Mabel. And thank you, Bluebird. I like your name. I haven't heard Bluebird in a long time. I appreciate that. And Lbug 197. We're here for you, Chris. Thank you so much. I feel it. I see it. I feel seen. I feel heard. I feel valid. I feel present, which is nice, Thank y'all. Thank you. We have the best community here. And Marilyn, hey, Miss Marilyn, how are you? She's so pretty. Thank you so much, Miss Marilyn. And Natalie, I need something to drink. Thank you, Natalie. Oh, that means a lot, actually. I'm like, what do I don't know how I help people, but I just talk a lot of nonsense, right? I don't know. Hopefully something's gleaned from it. It does help, I have mad respect for you too, and I appreciate this community. It's always been safe and funny and sensitive, just everything. Everybody's so awesome here. And I'm trying to look for okay, Laura. Hey, Laura, how are you? Thank you. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. Yeah, her and her daughter actually made some jewelry for me and mom for sure, but I'm sure others. I think I want to say Gigi got something somewhere down the line, but I appreciate you for everything. Thank you. And then I'll have Happynosis. That's a cool name. I'm Dr. Paula, and Dr. John can kick rocks. Is okay. That's orders, right? Right. Doctor's orders. Thank you, Becca Scoops. I think you have something coming up too, so I'll be tuning in. Keep up the good work. That poor guy, man. The manipulation is strong in this game. Thank you. Hawkeye says, love this channel from my first time I entered to listen. I love your deep dives on LDS, and I'm not, and they probably hate that. It's taught me so much more than anything. I love you being you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me be me. It's really nice to kick back and relax. And I was really kind of nervous in the beginning, these past couple live streams, I'm just like, people aren't interested in this. And then I'm thinking back right now as I'm saying that, and Nonsense's channel yesterday, and there were a steady stream of people all damn day long. And I'm like, people are interested in this, and I'm glad that's a relief, because it's, what it's like to research into things that are of no interest to anybody else. That's pretty boring, You're like, hey, I want to share all my findings. Tell me if it sounds legit or not. Well, thank you, Donna. Thank you so much. She gifted 5 difficult research memberships. Thank you again. Tell her thank you for anybody who got one. I'm sure it was 8 hours ago. Oh, thank you, Peekaboo. You're an inspiration to all those who have been defamed and are afraid of taking their power back. I'm beyond proud of you. I know the more you expose your truth, the easier it will be for you. Love and hugs to you. Thank you. That means a lot. Whew. Just hearing mom, just pay compliments too. It feels good. I'm not gonna lie. It feels good. Thank you. And just know also that I'm not exalted. And so you can critique me anytime, or, throw me a bone, because I know nothing. I'm just over here trying to put things together too. I don't know. I just think it takes a community to do so. We're all looking for something, right? Yours and your family strength is inspiring. Love and prayers to you all, says Mag 9895. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. You're doing an awesome job. What you're going through and have been is big enough without Lauren adding to it all. If she could just do one big favor, and that would be to subtract herself from the situation, I'd be great. And I think that's eyesore. I think that's how you would say that with Jackie G. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Lulu. I love that, Lulu. And what is DKK? Look, I'm going off the deep end over here. Don't laugh. And if you do, don't laugh too long. But I don't know. Let me hush because I'm just going to dig myself a deeper hole because I don't know what DKK means. I'm sure it's somewhere. I'm not used to this, guys. I'm glad to have you from all over. Kaz Pablo became a YouTube member. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crazy train. Let's see. Mom interrupted. $49.99. My aunt was murdered a year before I was born. Let me take this lady off there. Poor thing. My aunt was murdered a year before I was born. The trauma of families of victims of violent crimes reverberates far and wide and for generations. Oh my God. That's deep. I mean, I feel that right now because I think about that aspect a lot. You most certainly are a victim and a survivor. We're with you, girl. Thank you. Oh, yeah, the generational stuff is huge. I want to do better for my posterity, my posses, right? My posterity. Start breaking these cycles earlier and earlier, that's relieving, just to kind of break these cycles and do better for the next generation. With all the bad juju, with all the bloodline stuff, and I'm still, again, I orbit, and so I don't really get to go deep into just one thing. I just kind of dive in everywhere. That's what I've kind of had to do. Hey, Dutch girl MB, welcome. And Dawn Mother freaking K. I love your freaking name. I want to be Kresha Mother freaking K. Kresha K, right? I love that. You, Kresha, are so respected. Shy baby. Look that baby in the pumpkin. And you're Dawn Mother freaking K. Love it. Welcome. Thank you. They're kind of running in together here. Lots of love to you, Miss Kresha. Jennifer. Oh, Sukup. Sukup. Yeah. You're going to get something to eat? Yeah. Hell yeah. I want some. I always want food. I haven't eaten today. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Let's see. Retired, not bored. Amen. $9.99 super sticker. Thank you. Oh, cute dog. Mama Bear, Deb Huskita. Family. Okay. I'm like, what? Oh, I see now. I see all the dogs. Thank you so much, Mama Bear. Appreciate that. And I'm gonna try and get faster at this. This is hard. Let's see. This is from Gold Dust 918. He became a YouTube member. I said he, but they became a YouTube member. Thank you. And thank Nonsense, everybody who got a gifted membership. She gifted 5 because she rocks and she don't have to do that, but I thank her. Thank you. And Selma Blue says, $10. This is unbelievable treachery aimed at a grief-stricken family. I'm so very sorry. Thank you. And I mean, it's not, I don't want attention. I just want her to go away. I want people to see her. I want people to be exposed, like those who are not in all these things, they're doing it under a guise of doing something good. And I cannot stand that. I didn't realize how bad. I couldn't stand exploitation, corruption, doing things under the guise of God or Jesus, hiding behind that. Like that's ballsy to me. I mean, that's how it's been since the very beginning. So I don't like hiding. I don't like all that stuff. Say what you mean what you say. This is me. I don't have to worry about what I text or who I text and if I text and if I'm a good girl or not. I know I'm a good, or at least I'm the same, I'm not going to talk shit about anybody. That's how that works. Somebody needs to teach her that, I guess. I'm not bitching at you. I'm sorry. I kind of sound like I might have sounded like I was just griping. It wasn't aimed at you. Right here, Nonsense, JQB, and BT supporting what is right. Keep the faith. Thank you, Elizabeth, LA 1314. Thank you so much. It's appreciated. Audrey says, I'm sorry that someone from this platform did this to your family. As someone with, oh, you got some cool ass with Cajun blood in my veins, I think she chose the wrong family. Yep. She FAFO'd, in my opinion. I didn't realize that either about myself, but I'm like, nope, this is my family. And no. I'm glad though. It's not all by myself though. It was nice having mom, it was just nice. And I mean, I've talked to her 3 days in a row already. It's amazing. It's nice. Thank you so much, Alex. I mean, I just need to tell you that before I even read this, but thank you. I listened to you and Jen Lou from yesterday, but I listened to it this morning and I was like, I heard my name and I was like, what? It's weird. I got to say it's weird. I've been hearing my name everywhere and I'm like, oh, I'm not used to this part. I'm not one of those live streams that you can pause frequently. Not me. I know. I have the craziest, just dorkiest face is, when you pause me. And I'm like, oh no. Anyway, I'm just picking. Kresha, I just realized you were live. I'm sorry I'm late. Don't you ever do it again. I'm just kidding. Don't ever worry about scheduling over me. I will adjust to go around you. We all want to hear from you. I appreciate that, but I saw and I was like, well, I'm not trying to railroad you or anything either. And I needed to I enjoyed this today. I'm glad. And then Rowena says, but thank you again, Alex. I appreciate you guys. And you know what I mean. Rowena said, Pucker, I've been seeing you around. In my opinion, Lauren saw you and it scared her. You saw her from jump beyond the mask/veil. She couldn't have that. Thank you for bringing your truth. You're not the first person to tell me that. And I think I'm starting to believe that too. Yeah. Even if it is a RBF, my rest in bitch face. Oh man. Thank you. Isor says, you matter, Crusher. Your experience matters. Tell your story as you're ready. The right people are here for you. That's good advice, actually. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, KDH. Hey, I haven't seen you in a long time. KDH always sends me news articles all the time, emailed, and I love it. I love it. I mean, we're talking a block of years now. So talk about loyal and steady. I love it. Thank you. Dude, where's my vape? Right. Please be care with this review as Jay goes into okay, gotcha. We all know he doesn't deserve the hate. You're doing great. Thank you. Don't y'all hate when you type in these things right here? Any kind of monetization, the spelling goes crazy, like the autocorrect and all the chats everywhere across all kinds of channels. They're all jacked up and we're like, no, I didn't say that. I don't know why they do that on super, for monetization support. Interesting, right? Thank you, though. I appreciate that, dude. Where's my vape? I understand. I get it. T Marie said, no, T Marie became a YouTube member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Reach out to Isaac Washaup. I don't know how to say it. The Illuminati watcher, occult symbolism and pop culture, breaking social norms. He'd be a great resource for you. Okay. I don't think I've know that name, but I don't know where. Like, yeah, I think I saw that name earlier today. Yeah, I will. I love resources, right? I love learning. Thank you, Dr. Von Decay. And thank you for your guidance earlier. You saved us. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. You've been here for a long time. Appreciate you. Stuck on Strings, new member. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. Tally. Hey, Tally. I like that picture. That's pounds, right? 9.99 pounds. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go brush up. And then Cash says it's new member for Cash. And then thank you, Cash. I'm sorry. I just kind of sped through that. I soar with, okay, now I'm like, what the heck? All right. I need an article. I read an article many years ago, how all religious groups were all one, separated out to see what would happen to have slightly different beliefs. I don't know how true it all is. For some reason, it sounds like it has quite a bit of truth in that. If I'm just speculating, just that sounds about right. It sounds like just we've been experimented on and tested, and it does. It sucks. But we just have to be smarter than the tools we're working with, I think. Yeah. Kimberly Porter said this earlier. All you have to do is question their prophets and you get excommunicated. That's it. Yep. No criticism, even if the criticism is true. So there you go. That to me says, okay, Lauren. Okay, Lori. That's exactly what that is. The same principle, same concept. And possessed Hildebrandt. Uh-oh. Oh, Lord, look at her too. I've seen you around. Narcs find ways to power. Religions make it easy. Absolutely. Absolute power. Wait. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, or something like that. I think I'm saying it right. I like that. Thank you, possessed Hildebrandt. True crime butterfly. Glad to have you here. I think I've seen you around too. Always supporting you and your family. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I'm going to speak for them and say that too, because I know they appreciate it. And thank you, Cherie. Thank you so much for that from Canada. I think I'm from, I know that our family came in from Acadian, or I say Acadian because I'm Kunas from the South, but Louisiana, I don't know. And then I've been doing research into my because I'm a, what do you call it? RH negative or whatever. And I don't quite know what that means. I just know, I found out when I was pregnant with my first, and then I've had the shots, and stuff since, so that I wouldn't have difficult pregnancies or whatever. And so whenever I told my mom, because I always thought I was O positive. I mean, anyways, I didn't find out until I was pregnant that I was A negative. And so I didn't really even know what that meant, except about the baby thing. Your body will try to fight the baby off because it'll see it as a foreign, like it's an infection or something. And it'll fight it off. So you have to have the shots. But from what I think I remember is something to do with how the fallen angel, I'm like, am I part fallen angel or something? Did someone in my past, in my ancestry or whatever, did they have, sex with giants? I mean, this is freaking me out a little bit. So whenever I told my mom, I was talking to her about it one day about A negative, and she obviously didn't understand it either. Price still hasn't researched it because of everything that happened, but and so I was like, Mom, something about my A negative blood. And she was like, Kresha, your dad is your dad. And I was like, I know he's my dad. It was kind of funny. It was just kind of an innocent, ignorant type, like I do here constantly. I'm just saying, don't mean any harm or disrespect, I'm just kind of trying to figure it out. But anyways, I want to look more into that aspect of the bloodline. And actually what brought it up is that the Canada right here, Cherie, and how it reminded me of Cadian. So sorry for that. Sorry for all that, but thank you so much. And thank you, Brand Flaky, became a YouTube member. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. Y'all, thank you so much. Y'all have been awesome. And thank you. Just thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See, I don't know what the monkey thing is. Okay, rhesus monkey. I don't want to be no monkey. Boo sheet. Love your name. Boo sheet. The hell am I gonna do? Oh my God. So why am I so damn short? Aren't the angels tall or giants? I need to have Heidi come back. I don't know if anybody follows Heidi Love. I like her research. I like how she just digs in. Hey, Jermaine. I just took a double take. if you're the same Jermaine. Glad to have you here. Hey, ATS News 11. Good to see you again. I knew she was unhinged when she covered the Delphi case, but didn't question RA's treatment that, and especially being Dr. John. Like, hello, I'm sitting here learning about MK Ultra, and I'm like, hey, that looks just like what this is I'm reading, you know? Or just knowing about how, my brother's been to jail. My brother's been in prison. I mean, he's working on his release now. And he has talked about how they put you in the hole or whatever, that's what they call it. And I mean, I've looked into that before, and how, I mean, it's just so dehumanizing, I don't think, that's a whole nother freaking subject, but it bothers me bad. That case bothers me bad. Bad. Like, I can't stand that people are okay with, like, this, whether we like Christina or not, whether it doesn't matter. But if somebody is innocent and somebody is being framed for it and then abused by said person, or any person for that matter, because can you imagine all the people flying at Christina and her friends? Like, that bothers me. That's the most bullying. Oh my God, yeah. I got to stop talking about it because I'm getting pissed. Like, it pisses me off. And like I don't know that much about the Delphi case. I just kind of got into it, like I said, because all ours were done or right around done. And I kind of had a little bit that I could pour into it, because I don't know. I dive in as far as like, I mean, I was interested because I see them on thumbnails and stuff like that. And I was just like, okay, but it never made sense. The corruption and the deceit and just the fuckery, all the fuckery around the investigations, around people dying, that were involved in the investigations. It just stinks. It stinks. And if it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, it's a damn duck. So it's like, I don't understand how we're in 2025 and this is still happening. And I mean, whether he had any part, I don't think he did. I really don't. I think they just were like, okay, that guy. And sometimes they could, and I mean, don't come at me because I don't know the case like you do. I'm just saying Indiana, yes, corrupt. And now that connects a lot with the ritualistic aspect of how I think those girls were. Of course, it's ritualistic, whether it was Odin or not. I don't give a shit what it was. It was ritualistic, and it resembles a lot of the same fuckery that happened in Tylee and JJ's case. The same fuckery that happened, and I'm sorry for cussing, but the same about John Benet Ramsey. Just it's all around us, but they're not recognized as this, and so we're like, yeah, that don't happen. They don't have ritualistic crime. That's satanic ritual abuse. That's Satan. And I'm like, that's just like that conspiracy theory tag they put on everything else. That's what they did to that aspect of it and stopped you from passing and looking further. And it bothers me. It bothers me. Oh, I will. I mean, I know you're beach mom. I know you're talking to somebody else, but I'm gonna go look. If that's, I don't know, maybe I might have to text you. And what did I see right here? I've searched for your video on last night. How can I watch it? It is on Facebook, under difficult research. It's like a private group I have, but I mean, it's just so that randos can't come in there. And I don't really go to Facebook that often. But I know that's where it is. I don't have it right here, and I'm not very fast on this. I'll sit here and act like a boomer even more. But I don't know where else I could share it. But if you look for difficult research on Facebook, it'll pull up. And I mean, just we'll let you in the group. It's not like closed off, like haha, like the damn temple. You got to have a temple recommend. Okay, you gotta be worthy. I'm just picking. Oh my god. Anyways, never. I wish I was more helpful, but that's all I got. But anyways, all right. Well, I'm gonna head on and maybe go mow a little bit. I appreciate y'all for being here. I know. It's like an insult. And so they're just coincidence theorists, you know. They don't know how to practice and exercise them damn skills. Hey girl. You know, my Uncle Charles straight up loved Pulp Fiction, the movie. And I love that. So that makes me smile. Even though I know I've seen that picture before, but it was just always so small. That's what she said, huh? I'm just kidding. All right. Thank y'all so much for entertaining me. Maybe. I don't know if Nonsense answered or not, but if Nonsense, if you're here and you wanna not collab, but we'll just, have a discussion or chit chat. It'll be fun. If you want to, if you can, let me know. And I would love to. And if not, y'all bugger while I'm going. Just kidding. All right. Love you guys. Justice for Tylee Trolls, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You guys are proof of this. And y'all be praying for Melanie Boudreaux to be getting, or Melanie Pulowski. Come on. We need an indictment.